Good morning, everyone. We are going to get started. Welcome to the Soil and Groundwater Biennial Certification Forms and Instructions Training. My name is Alyssa Ambacher. I'm the co-moderator today, and I'm the Assistant Chair of the Training Committee. I'll be co-moderating today with Christina Page. She's the Chair of the Training Committee. If you want to go to the next slide, please. Today's training has been approved for 3.5 regulatory CECs, or it has not yet been approved, I'm sorry. When it is approved, that will happen after the training. It will be for 3.5 regulatory CECs. In order to earn those CECs, you must be at the webinar for the whole session. So you should be logged in for the whole session, and you'll answer 3 out of 4 poll questions, and they are randomly inserted in the presentation. Next slide, please. So like I said before, the SRPL board has not yet approved the CECs for this course. DEP will compile the list of all the eligible participants, and we will send it to the Lsrpa, and the Lsrpa will email you if you are eligible to get the CECs, and you'll also have instructions on how to get your certificate. There is a $25 processing fee for the certificates, and they are issued by the Lsrpa. Next slide, please. Since they have not yet approved the CECs for the course, the certificate process will happen after they've been approved. Next slide, please. Like I said, there will be poll questions inserted randomly throughout this presentation, and you need to answer 3 out of 4 of them to be eligible for your CECs. This is an example test your knowledge question. So what does the acronym BRAP stand for? Brainy, really active professionals, bears revolt against people, or the Bureau of Remedial Action Permitting. Next slide, please. So the answer would be C, the Bureau of Remedial Action Permitting. Next slide. All right, Christina.
Thanks, Alyssa. Good morning, everyone. So we will have question and answer segments, and they are listed on the agenda, which is actually posted in the handouts. So please go there and you can follow along in the agenda. When we have our question and answer segments, we will read the questions aloud and we will go through as many questions as we can as time permits. And any questions that don't get answered today will be answered by members of the committee via email. So your questions will be answered definitely at a later date. Next slide. So there's also a chat function as well as a question function. We ask today that you don't use that, function to ask questions or comment on people's presentations. If you have any kind of technical issues though, please use the chat function. I'm moderating it as well as Alyssa and a couple of other people who are working with us today, Tyrone Jordan and Anthony Teal. So we keep an eye on the chat for people who are having issues technically. But otherwise, ask your questions in the question box. Next slide. Today, our course evaluation is a SurveyMonkey. I will be putting it into the chat, and you can access it at any point today, and please fill it out. We use the information that you provide to us about our trainings on how to improve them and suggestions for the trainings moving forward. So we really appreciate your feedback. Our first presenter, next slide, is from the Lsrpa. We appreciate this partnership that we have with the Lsrpa. Bill Bose is our first presenter.
Thank you, Christina. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bill Hose of the Lsrpa, and I'm pleased to welcome you to this joint training effort by the DEP and the Lsrpa. This training effort represents the final step in the stakeholder process associated with the Soil and Groundwater Remedial Action Protectiveness Biennial Certification Forms and Instructions. The DEP and the stakeholders initially began regular stakeholder meetings way back in 2017 and have revamped the Soil and Groundwater Initial Permit and Permit Modification Forms and Instructions, established forms and instructions to terminate permits, and have now undertaken the review and revision of the Remedial Action Protectiveness Biennial Certification Forms and Instructions. The stakeholders have also worked on revamping the soil permit guidance, which is in the final stages of review, and will then review and update the groundwater permit guidance. Since 2017, these stakeholders have met approximately twice a month. That represents a significant amount of effort by the members of the DEP, Lsrpa, and industry. Most of the original stakeholder team is still involved, and I want to take a moment to thank them for their efforts. Next slide, please. The mission of the Lsrpa is to further the licensed site remediation profession. This includes acting as an educational and technical resource and assisting its membership to use standards of care and informed professional judgment when performing the work of an Lsrp. This mission would not be possible without our sponsoring partners. This slide identifies our diamond and platinum sponsors. Next slide, please. These are our gold sponsors. Next slide, please. And these are our silver partners. I would like to thank all of our sponsors for their assistance in helping the Lsrpa strive to achieve its mission. Next slide, please. This slide shows some upcoming continuing education opportunities. Next week on July 20th, there's a member regulatory roundtable discussing fill material guidance for SRP sites. On August 5th, there is a continuing education opportunity regarding key issues and application of the Remediation Standards Rule. And on September 15th, there is a continuing education opportunity regarding what environmental practitioners should know about PCB remediation. Next slide, please. On July 22nd, the Lsrpa is co-hosting a joint networking event with BCOM, SWEP, AEG, and AHMP at a Trenton Thunder baseball game. Join us in the Capital City Club suite and outdoor balcony for food, fun, and networking. Next slide, please. This looks like a fun event. The Lsrpa is hosting a cornhole tournament at Jenkinson's North Inlet Bar in Point Pleasant on August 26th. Come have a little friendly competition, networking with your peers, and enjoy some fireworks. Proceeds from this event benefit the Lsrpa Foundation, which awards student scholarships and grants. Next slide, please. And here we go, golf is back. On October 7th, the Lsrpa and SWEP will be hosting the annual golf and networking outing in Mercer Oaks in West Windsor. Proceeds from this event also benefit the Lsrpa Foundation. Next slide, please. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you so much, Bill. Up next, we have Gary Sanderson to do the introduction. So Gary, whenever you're ready.
Yes, thank you, Alyssa. Good morning, everyone. My name is Gary Sanderson. I am the Chief of the Bureau of the Remedial Action Permitting. I would like to echo what Mr. Hose mentioned before about the stakeholder process. Shortly after I started working in the Bureau in December of 2018, I was immersed with this committee and they're tasked to update our application forms. As we see 2 years later, we're still going. This training rep is a culmination of efforts that took place over several months, with the committee. There was much friendly conversation. There was even debate. But I think the product that we're presenting today is going to help everyone and make it clearer for everyone filling out these forms. Next slide, please. I would just like to acknowledge the members of the committee. And I really want to, at this point, recognize Mike Gaudio's work in chairing the committee. Mike was marvelous getting stuff together for both sides, organizing the meetings, making changes, sending us drafts, and he did a marvelous job. Next slide, please. Thank you, everyone. I will be present the entire presentation today to answer questions when we have, so welcome to our training. Next slide.
Okay, thank you, Gary. Our next presenter is Lynne Mitchell. Lynne?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome. I'm Lynne Mitchell, the Assistant Director of the Remediation Review Element, and I'm going to be going over the general changes in both the soil Bi-Cert form as well as the Groundwater Bi-Cert form. These changes are consistent between the two forms. Next slide, please. So I'm going to start with the fact that the pictures that you're going to be seeing are the Groundwater Bi-Cert forms. As I said, these are the same changes in the soil form, so just go with it for that. There's not enough room on all the slides to put both of the forms there. So our first update was for the header. We updated the DEP logo, and we removed the fact that the subsurface evaluator checkbox because they can no longer submit the forms. And we also rephrased the name of the form to Groundwater Remedial Action Protectiveness Biennial Certification Form. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we have on the left is the old form, on the right is the new one. We changed the case tracking number because we really didn't need that. We wanted the remedial action permit number. It is actually the same number, but it's this way easier for you to understand what we were looking for. We also removed the municipal block and lot numbers for the entire site because what we're really interested is the information for the permit itself. Next slide, please. So here we have fees. We have added an option for to let us know if all the outstanding fees have been paid. And we have an option for the old forms and the new forms, because as of June 30th, our fees changed, so we put that information there as well as a link for post-NFA cases that have not submitted any permit application yet, and they're just submitting their first Bi-Cert. There is a process that they have to go through as well as paying all of the past fees. Next slide, please. And for section C, we changed we reworded the information so that we know when the last submission was given to the department as well as the effective date. This way we know if the information for the bill and contact has changed since the last submission, we can know immediately to go put that information into NGEMS so that we make sure we are billing the correct party. Next slide, please. For section D, it replaced the old current owner section of the site, and what we have now is not all the information that you were providing before, but the information on has the information changed, and if it has, did you submit the proper modification application, or did you provide the proper contact change form? Again, because what we really want to know is has the information changed since the last submission, and have you submitted the proper forms for that? Next slide, please. Section E, this replaced the current operator of the site. Again, we put the current owner information because that's what we're interested in, as well as the check boxes of has this information changed? And if it has changed, did you submit the proper forms and modification applications and the transfer change forms and all the other information that we need? Next slide, please. Section F replaced the currently C of the site information, and similar to the forms, the soil permit application forms and the groundwater permit application forms that we changed a few years ago, we have given you a list of the documents that we think should be attached or could be attached to your Bi-Cert form. This way that you know what we're looking for, and we can get it hopefully into the department better that way. Make sure you do see instructions for how to handle submissions for post-NFA cases, because they cannot be submitted directly to the Lsrp submissions email address because we don't have a place for them to be attached to. The sections G, H, and I are going to be covered by Adam and Mike for specifics to the soil and groundwater Bi-Cert forms. Next slide, please. So my favorite section on both forms, K and L, soil has section K, groundwater section L, is other information. We have found that people like to put lots of information into the forms, and they like to write on top of the form and around and down the other side. So we are providing you with a place to put all of that information. Thank you. Next, please. And my last slide here is section L for the soil, section M for the groundwater. Person with primary responsibility. This is what we want you to put in. We changed some of the information and we removed the subsurface evaluator certification, again, because they're not allowed to submit the forms anymore. Next slide. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Lynn. We are going to move on to Adam Tomasik's presentation. So Adam, whenever you're ready, you can pop on and you can take over for your presentation.
Thanks, Alyssa. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Hope everyone's having a lovely Wednesday morning. So going off what Lynn said, Lynn was taking care of the general changes of the biennial certification. I'm going to go into a little bit more specifics, specifically 2 sections, while Mike Gaudio is going to cover the VI section of the soil biocert and the groundwater biocert. So without further ado, next slide, please. So for section G, there were a couple of changes. This is regarding the deed notice section. First change we added was the notice in lieu of deed notice information on the title of the section. We realized that not all the deed notices that we get are actually deed notice or DER. In some instances, we do get notices of in lieu of deed notice. Particularly, there are sites that are public roads and they cannot have deed notices or DERs. And so we thought we added that just to make it a little more clear. There are some questions that were reworded that we're going to get to, and there were some that were removed in this section. So next slide, please. So the questions that were reworded in section G, the first 3 questions, the first one was basically just to add the notice in lieu of deed notice into that question, and that one is basically self-explanatory. The second one, we changed it from having, we wanted before to have all the deed notices listed, but again, we are more interested in the current state of the site, which we will only require the current deed notice that's active for the site. So we're not asking for extraneous information. If we do have it on file, we do. The most important thing is to have the most current on file so we can make sure everything is regulated properly and have everything under control. The third question reworded here was this one was asking for whichever came first, the deed notice or the RAP, if there were any changes. Again, we're interested with the current site information. So if there was a current change in the block and lot number, we want that information. We don't want whichever comes first. It's kind of just confusing. So we thought this would make it a little more streamlined and concise with that, so you won't have that much trouble, or if there's any trouble with this, to have. Next slide, please. And so the last part of this section, we removed questions 5 through 10. That's not to say all of them are completely gone from the BICER. We removed it from section G. Some of them were put in different sections. For example, number 6 was put in section F, I believe, which is attachments. Reworded, of course, but it is there. The historic fill was removed. So there are some changes there. Nothing too crazy. We just thought it'd make it more streamlined and and easier to deal with these kind of sections because we are asking for current issues with the site. Next slide, please. So these are the continued questions that we removed from this section. They we found we didn't really fit with this section, again, just to reiterate. So they were either moved to a different section or we got rid of them completely. So that's section G. Now we're going to move on to section H. Next slide, please. So section, excuse me, section H has some changes. To start with, we changed land use to site use in the title. We figured this would be more accurate, reflecting what we want in regards to, we're not interested into the entire land that's, for example, the block or lot. We are interested in where the contamination is that's detailed by the deed notice. So that would kind of be considered this site, and that is what we're concerned with. So we thought we'd change that to make it a little more accurate representation of what we're looking for. And the next slides will show what we removed here. So next slide, please. So questions 2, 3, and 4, I don't know if maybe people recall, they were basically questions like 1, but they were, what was the site used for, what is the site used for, and what the site is going to be used for. That to us kind of seemed redundant and just a lot of checking boxes that I know I probably wouldn't want to do all that checking. So we hopefully simplified it just to what is the current site use, as that is our goal, to see that the current site is being kept to the standards of the deed notice. And we added solar panels in this checkbox since there were a lot or more than usual submissions of areas using solar panels. So we figured it'd be better to add it instead of having everyone always check other and write solar panels. Hopefully that makes it easier for everyone. Next slide, please. So one of the biggest changes in section H was we added this question here, and this question deals with the comparison to one of the rules that we have in NJAC. And so this rule deals with are you needing a wrap modification for your site, and it's based off of the comparison of when the first wrap that was made for the site, was there any changes to the standards, to New Jersey laws or regulations compared to current time. So it's kind of a general question. We're hoping that it kind of umbrellas everything in the sense that it takes care of all extra questions that we might not have to put on the Cert itself. And so it's just basically helping to, I don't know, helping us to make it easier to identify any kind of change from when the wrap was first made to the current time. Next slide, please. Number 6 kind of gets into more, so it goes from general to a little more specific if there was any changes in the site, particularly if there was an order of magnitude change, if there was a modification for the institution or engineering control. So if there was a change, we like to know, and then the next question we like to know maybe is it one of these things? If so, then it'll be easier to know what's going on in the site and to how to solve the issues. Next slide, please. So the last section, the last part of section H, it deals with CECs, and as you can see with this big blurb that we put on, it's basically to deal with the contaminants of emerging concern that that might be on the site. And so following this blurb, we have a couple of questions we'd like to ask. And we'll see in the next slide, next slide, please. I'd like to see that. So these are the questions following that little paragraph. And these questions are asking if the site has any potential contaminants, CEC contaminants on site. And if so, what is being done? There's a box provided underneath this, what is being done to address those CECs. And I know many of you, or maybe even some of you, might have questions that deal with CECs, as it is kind of a new topic. Fear not, Karen and Lynn will talk about it a little further in the presentation. Hopefully they'll answer any questions you may have. And I just wanted to show this so you know it's there, and it is a thing that we are concerned about on the Cert. Next slide, please. Any questions? That'll conclude my part of the segment. Thank you very much.
Great job, Adam. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to run a question segment right now on our last few presentations. The first thing that came up in our question chat was, Lynn, your last two slides, you were a little, your connection was a little fuzzy. Could you go through those slides again? That was slides 31 and 32.
I will do that right now. Hopefully my connection is better. Slide 31 discussed section K of the soil Biennial form, and section L of the groundwater form, discussing this is all other information. This is your opportunity to provide us with information, anything that you think we might want to know. Please tell us here. Don't write it all over the form. We gave you a whole page to give us this information. Use it to tell us information such as the contaminants of emerging concern or anything else that you feel is something we need to know. Next slide, please. This slide discussed soil section L and groundwater section M. It's the information we want with the person with primary responsibility for permit compliance. We've changed the information on it, and we also removed the subsurface evaluator certification because, as I said earlier, they are no longer allowed to submit the forms. This is information so that we know who to contact first. And that's about it.
Perfect.
I think that's what I said.
Thank you, Lynn.
You're welcome.
Okay, I think these next questions are directed at Adam.
Yep,
or
the first
Adam,
one's me.
excuse me. The first one is you. Section F of the groundwater RAP Cert form. We need to email and submit hard copy and electronic copy on CD to the DEP.
No, just one or the other would be fine. We just need the information.
Okay. Adam, since question 5 of section G was removed, does that mean the soil Cert no longer needs to be submitted to the various other entities, Pinelands, municipalities, county?
No, I believe the question was removed from section G, but I think it is found on a different section. I'm not sure exactly what section it is right now, but I believe that some form of that question is still on the Cert. It's just not on the two sections I was covering.
Okay. For the RAP permit forms, on the instructions it states, check the box if this entity will have primary responsibility for permit compliance. For example, we'll be performing CAP inspections, submitting soil remedial action protectiveness biennial certification forms. This box should not be checked off in both section D and section E. What is the person responsible and current owner? I think it's what if the person responsible and the current owner are the same, it would be checked both no, I think is the question.
Gary?
Yeah, yes. This question is not in the regs and does not appear in the permit. It's more or less an internal process for us to know who to go to first. So if it's the same individual, you know, we wouldn't expect that, and we wouldn't expect that the PRCR and the property owner would be, if they're separate individuals, one or the other would be the person that would be doing the work. And although it will not appear on the permit, it's just an internal use, so we know who to contact first. They both share the responsibility and the liability for the permit compliance, but it's really who we contact first.
Okay, thanks, Gary. This is another for Adam. For question 6 of section H, is a contaminant concentration table always required or only when an order of magnitude analysis impacts the site?
I'm not too sure. Maybe I think Lynn can answer that, but I think it's an evaluation. Correct me on this, that it will be required as an evaluation of the site to be attached. So yes. And just before anything, just to reiterate the question about the pylons, I did a double check. It is, I passed it on section G. It is still a question. It just has not been changed.
Okay. Let's see. The old form asked for changes in tax information since RAP approval or the last biennial certification. Now it is since the RAP issuance. So we have to provide the information every time we submit a biennial cert, regardless of how long ago it was changed and reported, I believe is the question.
Yes, we want the information to make sure that, because what is on the permit is the original information on the tax lot. We want to make sure that that information, we have that with the BICERT, because that's what we're checking when we're looking at the form. We're checking the BICERT form against what is in our system and what's on the original permit application. So if it was changed 10 years ago, just look at your old BICERT form and copy it over to the new one.
Okay. Was Lynn saying that the case tracking number is the same as the RAP permit number?
The number that we want is the RAP number, so that we know what that is called, and we thought calling it the RAP permit number would make it easier for you to understand which number we are referencing.
Can we submit a modification application with the BICERT form? Or does it need to be submitted ahead of time?
The BICERT form could come in electronically, where is a modification, because it contains right now a check, must be submitted, you know, snail mail, must come in with a check and a hard copy. So if you're submitting the BICERT, you know, hard copy, yes, it could be come in together. If you're submitting the BICERT electronically, the mod would have to come in separately, because it would have to come in by hard copy only.
Okay. RAP contact change form, RP address has changed. Section B says no fee. Complete section D says RAP mod is required. That form has a fee. Please advise.
On this, I don't have the change form in front of me, but I believe in the instructions it basically says if it's a change of address, it requires the modification. If you're changing an email address or a contact person, so the person retires and you're changing that person's name and email and telephone number, that does not. But if their physical address, their brick and mortar address changes, that requires a permit modification.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to give it a couple more seconds, but most of the other questions that have been asked either are going to be covered later in the presentation or are too broad in nature to be addressed at this point, and they'll be addressed in separate emails from the department. I think I'm going to wrap up questions at this point.
All right, yeah, so it looks like there aren't any more questions coming in. So I think we're going to move on. Up next, we have Mike Gaudio. So Mike, if you want to come on and do your presentation, you can take it away whenever you're ready.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Michael Gaudio. I'm a supervisor with the Bureau of Remedial Action Permitting, and we're excited about the new biennial certification forms. A lot of hard work went into putting these together, and hopefully they're more user-friendly, and hopefully there'll be less deficiencies questions regarding reviews, and the process is much more transparent, effective, and efficient. So with that, I'd like to say next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to be going over the technical changes to the form. A lot of big changes in Section G, remedial action, and CAWRA information section. We now have new questions on the groundwater monitoring plan. Has the sampling been conducted in accordance with the approved groundwater monitoring plan? And if not, provide the justification for the deviation from the monitoring plan. We also have now we have questions regarding the contaminant plume behavior. Is it stable or shrinking? Obviously, if it's the behavior of the plume is increasing, that's not a good sign that the groundwater remedial action isn't acting as predicted. We also have questions and space now to discuss the appropriateness of the groundwater remediation. Is everything performing as designed, whether it be for the M&A or active treatment systems? So now there's plenty of space there to discuss how things are performing out there. We also have questions regarding the groundwater quality standard comparison and any order of magnitude changes. And these questions, Barry will discuss these further later on. We also have questions on contaminants of emerging concerns, CECs, and evaluation of those CECs as it relates to the AOCs for which the groundwater app was approved. Karen and Lynn will go into further detail on that later. Next slide, please. Now we also have a new question on the form, which basically asks if there's any contamination that's migrated onto the site from an off-site source that's not included in the groundwater app. A lot of times when the Cert reviewer is reviewing a form, sometimes they'll see results and there's no discussion of why your permits for a BTEX plume, and all of a sudden you were sampling for VOCs, and now you have chlorinateds or something on there. So now there's a whole section where you can provide a discussion about any contamination that's not related to your AOC for your groundwater route. Next slide, please. This is another big issue that we have with the Cert form is, many times the Cert form is submitted and there are no contour maps submitted. So, we don't know anything about, what the current flow is out there. Has it changed? Maybe an irrigation well has been installed close to the CEA and now has changed the groundwater flow direction. Hence making it not down gradient and protective receptors. If that situation occurs, I mean, that an appropriate sentinel well should be installed, and a groundwater RAP modification application submitted once that work's been completed. Next slide, please. We also now have we added some further information regarding our replacement of monitoring wells since the last submission of a Cert. Our general policy is, if a replacement well is installed within 10 feet, groundwater RAP modification application isn't required. The reason it's a groundwater RAP modification application is the eastings and northings and change in the groundwater monitoring plan, which is part of your permit. So, if it wasn't installed within 10 feet, there could be certain situations, with additional justification that may not require the submission of a groundwater RAP modification application, but that would be on a case-specific basis. And, generally, big picture, if we understand, wells sometimes need to be replaced, and, best case scenario is, sample the well that's proposed to be replaced and as well as the new proposed well and show that the new location will be representative of any source area or plume fringe wells. Next slide, please. So a lot of information was removed from section G just because we already have that information in our database. So again, we're trying to make these more user-friendly, provide the information that we really need to perform the review, and keep in mind the big picture of protection of receptors and making sure the groundwater remedial action is performing as designed. So the expected duration of the active remediation we removed. We already have that in our database and in the permit. We also removed we had a lot of information asking about the CEA that was established. Again, all that information's on your permit, it's in our database, so we don't need that. Also, the form being submitted pursuant to a groundwater RAP, we capture that now in section B. And we also removed the questions regarding the CEA for the GIS shape, as it should have already been mapped with the approval of your groundwater RAP. And we also removed the paper and electronic copies of the forms. Everything can now be submitted electronically with the exception of post-NFA cases. They need to be submitted paper and electronically because, paper with the CD, because there is still a check associated with that. And also an important note is previously the form had active treatment shutdowns. You had to discuss if it was 24 hours, but we made it 48 hours to be consistent with the groundwater RAP guidance document. Next slide, please. All right, so on to section H, site use changes and disturbances. As Adam discussed just earlier, we added solar panels because that was a popular fill-in, so we added that onto as a choice. Next slide, please. And then we also have a question: has the site use changed? Because basically that's what we want to know. As Adam kind of touched earlier, there was the whole, what was the site use before, current, and intended future site use. We just need to know what the current site use is, and has it changed since the last submission of the Cert form. Next slide, please. So these are some of the information questions that were removed in section H. As I just said, the past, intended, future site use selection list that was removed, as well as there was a section to describe the current and intended future use of the site. And also there was somehow presumptive remedy soils information that was made its way onto a groundwater Cert form. So that was removed as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so section I, current or planned water use within the well search area. If there was a point of entry treatment water system that was installed at a building as a result of groundwater contamination, that should be included in your groundwater wrap. If it wasn't, because some of the older permits out there, maybe somehow it got missed or it just wasn't, the questions weren't there to trigger it. If that's the case, you would have to submit a groundwater wrap modification application for that. And please note, we added in as you see in the red underline there, that basically if a POET was installed as a preventative measure, not the result of the remediation, then you would check no in this instance. And it would not need to be included in your groundwater wrap. Next slide, please. This is another, big question when the Cert is being reviewed is, sometimes we don't get the well search map that shows all the wells that were found within the trigger distance, or when they're updated, or when they just, the map is submitted. Sometimes we have the table, and then, all of a sudden, you see, oh, these wells are within the trigger distance, but I don't know if they were evaluated, I don't know if they were new. So we just ask that, you provide as you see in red underline, that it, provide a table, indicating which wells were previously evaluated. That as the Lsrp, that's, you should be performing that review anyway, and then that also will, will ensure all receptors are being protected out there. Next slide, please. Yes, this is another, big issue that, sometimes we'd be reviewing the form, and, these questions for the water use, or when the CA was established, or the current water use, you would see, a lot of times it was, just left blank, So we added the not applicable here, so we know that, hey, did somebody just forget to fill it out, or is it really just not applicable? So, we got the not applicable box there, so you can actually have something to fill out here versus, just having to write something in, or like I said, just leaving it blank. So, next slide, please. All right, section J, vapor intrusion. We have some new questions there, 5 and 6. One is for the VI long-term monitoring plans, and this is basically where you have buildings with soil gas contamination remaining above the screening levels, but the VI pathway is incomplete. When there's a situation like that, the table 6.2, I believe it is, in the VI guidance document, which needs to be followed. That includes building inspections and indoor air sampling, just to confirm that the pathway remains incomplete and that the receptors are protected. And then there's also now a question about the indeterminate VI pathway status for any buildings that were not fully evaluated for VI due to site operations using the same contaminants of concern. Again, these are all situations that should be documented in your groundwater remedial action permit. I understand that there probably are some situations out there in the past where this wasn't done, and we can correct it with a modification application going forward. We also have an important note is we added a lot of space to discuss the VI sampling results for questions 2 and 3, or the reasons why it wasn't necessary to evaluate it, whether it be the vertical separation criteria. Next slide, please. Again, similar to the POET water system, if there was any mitigation systems installed as a result of groundwater contamination, that there should be an operation maintenance monitoring plan for that in your permit. Again, if it's an older permit that doesn't have it, then we should be modifying that a groundwater modification application should be submitted to address that issue. If the system was installed as a preventative measure, not part of the remediation, then you would check no here. So that's again, it's underlined in red there, and hopefully that helps folks as they fill this out. Next slide, please.
All right, we have our first poll question. So on the side of your screen, you should have a section in that little dashboard area for polls. So the first one is, when replacing a monitoring well, the replacement should be within how many feet of the original? So A, 20 feet, B, 10 feet, or C, 15 feet. So you should be able to vote. And it looks like everyone's voting. We're getting a lot of good answers. Give everyone a few more minutes to answer. Remember, you need to answer 3 out of the 4 poll questions to get your CEC credits today. And you need to be in the webinar for the entire duration. So make sure you are answering these poll questions and make sure we know that you're here and you can get your credits. All right, and just a few more seconds here. So if you haven't voted, make sure you vote. Okay. All right, so the answer is, next slide, please, 10 feet. All right, so now we are going to take questions.
Okay, Mike, question 4 and question 5 in section G. Do we need to provide backup to show that a plume is shrinking / stable and the concentration trend is decreasing?
Yeah, so I mean, as far as decreasing, I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously the, providing the tables, yeah, if you could, I mean, we'll be able to evaluate that, but yeah, if you could provide some graphs or something like that, I mean, that's obviously would be great. It's not a requirement, but, I mean, anything to support the submission of the form would be great. And again, for anything as far as, I mean, again, the stable or shrinking plume, I mean, again, those issues are kind of obvious, I mean, if you're changing your CA shape, that's obviously going to show that it's an expanding plume. So those issues are kind of, pretty transparent there. So, but yeah, as far as decreasing trend, I mean, you could provide some, some graphs or something like that to further support it, or especially if the, data looks, like maybe it's, not the greatest, then yeah, any additional lines of evidence you could provide would be great.
Okay. Great. Next question. Regarding the VI pathway, if the building is vacant, is that considered an incomplete pathway? Is sampling inside the vacant building required as part of remediation?
So yeah, with the vacant buildings, I believe that, yeah, that should be evaluated. Do
you want to answer this? Do you want to answer this after talking to Nicole Collegiate?
Yeah, well, let me just double check the guidance on that.
Okay.
Just to make sure we're clear on that.
So we'll get back to the person who sent that question. For the well search update, please explain further what you want to see, including the table indicating which wells were previously evaluated. So I guess they're asking, you have to provide a well search update with the biennial certification, Mike?
Yeah, so when you do your updated well search, you provide the well search spreadsheet, right, which has a table basically with all the wells within the certain distance from the site. So a lot of times we don't know if it's within 500 feet down gradient whether or not that well was previously evaluated. So it could be simple as putting it in the other information section of the form, or you could add a column on that table to say that it was previously evaluated, and just somewhere, let us know. You could create a totally new table. But yeah, the table's already being submitted with the spreadsheet, so I would recommend using that. But you can always create a new table and use that going forward.
I'm not sure what necessarily is being asked, but regarding POETs and SSDS, can you explain not required for remediation? And that's in quotations. Does that...
maybe you don't have anything, maybe you have groundwater contamination that's below the VI screening levels and nothing, there's no trigger there as far as a VI investigation at that building, and maybe the owner decides to put a system in anyway, or maybe there's a radon issue, whatever the case be. There's some type of systems installed. As long as it's not a result of the groundwater contamination, then that would be considered a preventative.
Okay. All the other questions will be addressed in email. It doesn't look like I have things that are bear with me a second. Yeah, things are either relating to other presentations or site specific that we'll address via email or later in the presentation. So I'm going to thank you, Mike, for your time. Great job. And Alyssa, you want to take over?
All right, great. Thank you, Mike. We are now going to move on to Michael Infanger, and he is going to talk about financial assurance. So, Mike, whenever you're ready, you can take over.
Oh, thanks, Alyssa. Yeah, I'm Mike Infanger. I'm a supervisor with the Bureau of Remedial Action Permitting, and here's my contact information. I will be reviewing and updating some general information about financial assurance and discussing the reporting requirements. Next slide. Yeah, financial assurance is a legislative mandate of the Site Remediation Reform Act. And everybody knows what it's for, to ensure funds are available for the maintenance, inspection, and engineering controls in case the department has to step in. NJSA 58:10C-19 establishes financial assurance. If you see NJSA 58:10B-3, that's brownfield. And if that's on a document, that's a remediation funding source. If that citation is on your financial instrument, then you need to modify it. Next slide. Okay, let's go through the types of mechanisms. The types of mechanisms available for financial assurance are the Remediation Trust Fund, which is cash held in escrow by a trustee. A line of credit, which is an open line of cash available, based on the equity in the property. A letter of credit, which is a promise of cash to a beneficiary, and that would be the department. or an environmental insurance policy, a claims-based available funds to the department. So that is to say, the department is the insured, and the department is the one who makes a claim on the policy. And except for the insurance policy, there are templates available on the website. And we'll get to the templates in a moment, but we have some breaking news. Next slide. Okay, new for remediation funding sources and financial assurance is the return of surety bonds. Okay, that's with SARA 2.0. Model surety documents have been developed, and of course the ARC rule must be amended, but the department is allowing the use of surety bonds before ARCs is amended. Surety bonds are popular because they tend to cost less, and they don't count against your credit rating. So you should expect clients to be asking about using them. Next slide. Okay, how do you get to these templates? Okay, the easiest way is to go to the forms webpage. Presume everybody knows where that is. And what you do is scroll all the way to the bottom and count up 7 lines. And you'll see a link where a red arrow is pointing. Follow that link. Next slide. And that brings you to the remediation funding source, financial assurance guidance website. Okay. Go to the grouping that says financial assurance. Okay. Emphasize this because about 50% of the documents submitted to the department are unacceptable. And in the case of financial assurance, the main reason is people are using the remediation funding source templates. And I suspect it's just because they come to the website, they're scrolling down, and it's the first links that they see. So once you do get the right template, don't make any changes in the template. Follow the model exactly. Sometimes banks say, "Oh, we want to add our language." You know, the answer is no. Tell them to follow the document. Next slide. Okay, financial assurance reporting requirements. Okay, a remediation cost review is due biennially with the biennial certification. Okay, and the purpose is to document and reaffirm that the amount of FA is being maintained. Okay, if there are changes to the cost estimate, the actions taken must be indicated on the remediation cost review form and remediation cost review and RFSA form is the full title. There's a section C with checkboxes. Check all that apply. So if one of them is readjusting amounts, and there's another box for returning an old financial instrument if you're supplying a new financial instrument. Now the RFS FA form must be signed by the Lsrp and the party that's posting the financial assurance. Okay, so read the titles of the sections. So that'll be section J if the posting party is the party responsible for conducting the remediation. It'll be section K if it's someone else, such as the owner. Next slide. Okay, for estimating the financial assurance amount, these are the costs of maintaining the engineering control, including the maintenance, inspection of the cap, or the engineering control. For if it's a groundwater system, then it's you would include costs such as servicing, labor, the power, sampling parameters, and also include the cost of the biennial reporting itself and the permit fees. The value is calculated over the duration of the engineering control. And for a permanent engineering control, such as a soil permit, that's represented as 30 years. So, in the guidance, it'll indicate the minimum value is $30,000. Now, in the case of a groundwater permit, the value calculated would be based on the projected duration of the system operation rather than the default 30 years. Next slide. Okay, in addition to the cost estimate, which is biennial, the instruments, the financial instruments themselves are subject to annual valuations. The annual valuations apply to the line of credit, the remediation trust fund, the surety bond, and the environmental insurance policy. Okay, these are due annually, and what's required is the value of the mechanism, the current value of the mechanism, and a verification that the mechanism will be in effect for the next 12 months. And letters of credit do not require valuation. And you'll notice in your permit that the permit schedule has separate lines for the annual valuation submission. Okay, these lines will not appear if the FA instrument is a letter of credit. Next slide. Okay, for residential condominium associations. Okay, if the permittee is a condo association, then an FA mechanism is not required to be secured if documentation of the annual association budget reflects the amount dedicated to the operation, maintenance, and inspection of the engineering controls, and is equal to the amount estimated by the Lsrp. Okay, the association should indicate the line items that contain the permit costs. Often the costs are listed under something that's not obvious, such as engineering or general maintenance. If the location of the costs is not obvious, have a letter that indicates what line or lines contain the permit costs. Next slide. Okay, you can send your valuations directly to the Bureau of Remedial Action Permitting, and no form is required if you send it directly to the Bureau. Examples would be evaluation letters from the trust fund trustees, or banks, or insurance companies, or the condo association budgets, so like we just discussed. The best advice I can give you is to make the address as simple as possible. Okay, on the lower left you see the postal service address. Okay, and that would be the post office box. If you're using a courier service, the FedEx, UPS, etc., they will not deliver to the post office box, so you have to use the street address, and that's in the lower right. And the advice is use the simple address. Don't make the mailroom read through more verbiage than you have to. And this is probably good advice for anything submitted to the department. Okay, next slide. Okay, if you're making changes in the financial assurance amount or in the mechanism type, that will require the remediation cost review and RFS FA form. If you're making a reduction or an increase, that means you need an updated detailed cost estimate. Now, if it's just a replacement FA mechanism with the same amount, you just need the form. And this does not require a soil or groundwater permit modification. Okay, next slide. Okay. And now, if you're making an amendment to the financial assurance itself, perhaps pursuant to a cost change, for remediation trust fund agreements, amendments are allowed pursuant to Section 16. But it may be just as easy to submit a new agreement if everybody has to sign. The other instruments do not have provisions for amendments, so you will need to check with the provider on the procedure, such as line of credit. For a line of credit, a new document will usually be required. For a surety bond or insurance policy, check with the provider. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. Letters of credit deserve their own slide because they are the most common form of financial assurance. And if you notice the model document, it says it's an irrevocable standby letter of credit. That means any change requires an amendment, and usually that amendment will require an approval by the department. Just let the FA coordinator, meaning me, know that it's coming. One of the problems is banks cannot put the information on the letter of credit on the amendment. They're just some sort of push button sort of thing. So these come in with no information on them. So if I know it's coming, I can I'll link it up with the right place. Also inform the FA coordinator if a non-renewal notice is coming. If we get a non-renewal notice, we don't know what it's for. It could be that the bank is canceling you and we need to pull the financial assurance. If I know you're changing out documents, that'll help a lot. Yeah, so, and in the FA coordinator, I'm listed as the coordinator under the contacts. Next slide. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Mike. We're actually going to take some questions right now because we're ahead of schedule and there are quite a few questions. So I'm going to fire off a few questions and then we'll go to the next segment. If the cost estimate changes due to revised item/work costs, not change in scope, is there any action that needs to be noted on the form?
No, it won't be noted on the form. It will. You will be attaching a cost estimate, and all the explanations should be on the estimate.
Okay. If you're a condo association and exempt from FA because you have it built into your annual condo budget, do you still have to submit the remediation cost review form with your biennial cert?
Okay, there aren't too many of these, but yes, some condo associations have an exemption because they have the innocent purchaser exemption, and they do not have to submit the budget.
Okay. Is FA required for an M&A remedy?
Okay, no. For groundwater, if it's monitoring natural attenuation, yeah, we get this question a lot because monitoring wells do fit the definition of engineering controls, but it was decided long ago that we are not going to require FA for M&A groundwater permits.
But I would like to add that if it does have SSDS or some type of engineering control associated with the M&A groundwater rep, then FA would be required. So.
Okay. Can the annual FA evaluations / verification be submitted with the biennial certifications, AKA every 2 years, or is an RFS FA form needed each year to document that the FA is still in place?
Okay. Okay, the annual evaluation is needs to be submitted every year rather than every other year. And so that's why we allow the annual evaluation to come right to the bureau instead of through the portal process. Not sure I'm understanding the rest of the question. Could you repeat the question, Christina?
Sure. Is an RFS FA form needed each year to document that the FA is still in place?
Okay, again, if you're submitting the evaluation directly to the Bureau, then no form is required. If you're sending it to BCANE, yeah, you better have a form with it, or else you may never see it again.
Annual valuations can be emailed, correct?
Yeah, that would be acceptable. You could email it to me.
For condo associations, can the budget set aside be limited to just the cost for 1 year of OMM? Or does it need to be, does it need to show the full 30-year forecast?
No, it would only, the annual budget would only have the cost for that year.
For FA for permits with multiple co-permittees, which co-permittees need to post FA? What if some are exempt and some are not? This might be too simple.
Right. So you could have permittees where some are exempt and others are not exempt. As long as one permittee is not exempt, then financial assurance is required for that permit. It doesn't matter which permittee actually posts the FA. You are allowed to post a FA on behalf of someone else.
Okay. Is FA required for soils with institutional controls only?
Okay, right. If it's institutional controls only, there's no engineering control, then there's no FA for that permit.
And last question, is FA required for a cap and a deed notice?
Well, yes, it's a cap specified in a deed notice would be an engineering control, so FA would be required.
Okay. All right, Mike, thank you for taking questions off the cuff like that. We were going to wait until later, but there's still quite a few that I filtered through, and we'll take those at a later time.
Okay.
So we are going to move on to our next segment. I'd like to introduce Kathy Stetzer.
Hi, I'm Kathy Stetzer. I am an Lsrp with GEI Consultants. I am co-chair of the Lsrp Regulatory Outreach Committee, so if people want to get involved, shoot us an email. Mark Fisher is the other chair. He will be talking a little later. I'm also a member of the Lsrp board. It's important for me to say that because the opinions and information expressed today are my own. I'm not here representing the board, so don't blame them if you don't like what I say. So I'm going to talk about buy certs for soil, which seem pretty straightforward. Most of you do these all the time. This might be a time for you to, take a drink, go to the potty, I don't know, whatever. But there's important things that people who think they know what they're doing sometimes miss. So I'm going to talk about those. Next slide, please. Yay. Okay, so it's important to look at your permit before you go do your inspection. And I know that seems intuitive, but I feel that in speaking with folks, they're like, I've been doing this forever. I know what I'm doing. And then they find out later that maybe there's a part of the site that's part of the permit that they never really realized. They're not looking at it. They're not maintaining it. So pull your permit, especially if you've been hired after the fact. You know, you're taking over for another LSRP, or it transferred with the RAO, somebody who's doing the buy certs. So make sure you read the permit and understand what the terms and conditions are. Make sure you look at the map. And you understand all the areas and what the cap is supposed to be. So now you know what your permit is, and you're going to look at the AOCs for contaminants of emerging concern. Karen Barnes and Lynn are going to talk about that in detail a little later, but that's definitely a part of the buy cert process, and you should be thinking about that in advance. You don't need to go out there and look to think about your AOCs. You want to, if your permit says somebody's going to do monthly inspections or quarterly inspections, you want to make sure that you're getting those and looking at them and putting them in your buy cert when you turn it in. If you say you're going to do it, hopefully somebody's actually doing it. It's better if you're checking along the way, but you want to collect all those up and see what they say. You want to understand if there's been any cap disturbances in the time since the last buy cert, and make sure you're including that in your buy cert. And when you go out to do your inspection, make sure that those disturbances have been appropriately repaired. Next slide, please. So you're also, as was discussed earlier, going to do a review of the tax lot and block. Check with the township, what is the current one, does it match what the old one is? If it's not, fix it as was explained. It happens all the time. Conduct your order of magnitude evaluation, which we all know we need to do, but this next time that we do our buy certs, it's going to be more important because we have new standards. And there are some standards that change by more than an order of magnitude. There are some standards that maybe didn't exist before. So Barry Frasco at the very end of this session is going to go into a good amount of detail about doing that by the order of magnitude evaluation and how it relates to the new standards. But, you know, make sure you're doing that too. I mean, I guess you could do it after your inspection, but it's a good time to sit down and just refamiliarize yourself with the contaminants of concern and what has historically been done at your site. Conduct a vapor evaluation if applicable. That's not always something we think about when we're doing a soil buy cert, but that is part of it. John Engel is going to speak about what that assessment is in just a little bit, but you should be thinking about that before you go out there. Do you have volatiles? Has there been ongoing sampling? If you go out there and all of a sudden things are different, as John's going to talk about, then you might need to do some vapor sampling that you weren't anticipating because either there's a new building or the use has changed. That is all part of your buy cert. Look at your last buy cert. Did you say that they were going to do something like, oh, well, you know, this cap's a little crappy and we're going to fix it up? Did that ever happen? Were there, you know, other things that you mentioned in the prior buy cert or another LSRP mentioned in the prior buy cert? You want to make sure they were done, or you want to go look when you go do your inspection. Now, this is another piece that I think is often overlooked, and it's very important in my practice, and I'll share how I handle that. Is we consider carefully who's going to go do the inspection. You're inspecting an engineering control. I'm not an engineer, I'm a geologist. So a professional engineer on my team is the person who goes and does the inspection. I want someone who's a qualified professional to inspect my cap. And for me, that means a professional engineer who does that kind of work. Every company may have different policies. There may be insurance implications, but it's something to think about. You know, don't just send the technician because he just happens to be out there, you know, doing some system O&M if they're not the most qualified person to inspect the cap. Next slide, please. All right, so you're out there and you're doing your inspection, or someone's doing your inspection. Sometimes I go with the engineer, but always an engineer for me. Inspect all the areas covered by the permit. Get your map. Where's the cap? Not just the areas you can see from your car, not just the areas that are easy to get to, not just the areas your client wants you to see. You need to look at all the areas, because sometimes they're way out in the back 40 and there's ticks and there's weeds and there's wild dogs or whatever. You need to make sure you've made arrangements to safely go inspect every part of that cap. It's important. Photograph the heck out of it. You might not use all those photographs in your Cert, but they might be needed later if there's questions about what the conditions were when you were there versus what the conditions are when a DEP inspector may be out there. You want to photograph the good, the bad, and the ugly. You want to document everything, not just the sunshine and roses part of it, as much as that can be for asphalt, dirt. If you go out there and you notice that there's been a disturbance, make sure that gets put in your Cert, and you're going to talk about how that is going to be fixed if necessary. And another thing really important, any land use changes. I mean, you can look and see if there's been zoning changes or things before, but when you get out there and what used to be a warehouse is all of a sudden now like, I don't know, a summer camp for kids, that's going to matter. That's going to matter a lot for the protectiveness of your remedy, what's being used on your site. I mean, it might not be that dramatic, but it could be. You know, if all of a sudden there has been a change in use, make sure you're documenting that and then considering that, is your remedy still protective for the kinds of uses that you're seeing now or that the zoning has been changed for. That's particularly important if your cap extends off-site to property that you don't control, or if your client doesn't own the site anymore and they're not being as forthcoming with what they're doing on the site as you might like. I mean, come on, how many times have you shown up at a site that you don't own anymore and you're like, oh my goodness, this is not what it looked like 6 months ago when I was here. So it can also happen with your Certs. Next slide. All right, so you're still doing your inspection. This is where, you know, has there been any changes to the remedy? Is there all of a sudden something new or something gone? That's going to require a permit modification, as was discussed before, and it may require terminating and refiling your deed notice. Now, you're not going to get all that necessarily done before you turn in your Cert. So explain in your Cert, hey, I showed up, and now there's a building where there used to be a parking lot. It's concrete, no longer gravel. I'm going to do a permit mod, but tell them in your Cert, there's areas to put a narrative that this is what you saw and what you're going to do. And then, you know, do it post haste, but obviously you won't get it all done in time. And then if there's repairs required or if you need to redo your permit, make sure you're putting a schedule for when those repairs will take place. That was something that DEP brought up when we were practicing for this presentation, is that a lot of times they'll get a Cert that says, yeah, here's some places where my cap is degraded and we're going to go fix it. And then they go out and they do an inspection 3 or 4 months later, which they will do, and nothing's changed. Or they go 6 months later and nothing has changed. So one, if you need to do repairs, make sure somebody actually does them. Because sometimes it's you're telling your client to do them or it's somebody else's responsibility. But it is our responsibility to make sure that those people have been notified. You know, it's the PRCR's responsibility to do the remediation, but it's our responsibility to make sure people know what they're supposed to do. And provide a schedule in your Cert for when that work will be done, so that the DEP, if they're going to do an inspection, they can look at that schedule and they're like, all right, well, they're going to do this in the next quarter, or they need to wait for asphalt season and it's January, so maybe they won't be out till March. So what they come out to do an inspection, you're managing their expectations. And then just follow up with your client or whoever's responsible and remind them that they need to do these repairs. Next slide. All right, some pictures, because we haven't had enough and it's time for pictures. So here's just some random pictures of caps that my engineers collected and we collected and talked about. So you go out to do your inspection. Clearly this is not pristine asphalt, but does this asphalt still do what it's supposed to do? Is it protecting against direct contact? Is it protecting against potential inhalation? I would say yes. It's clearly cracked, but it's not so degraded that it's not serving a direct contact function. The one on the right is going to go bad soon enough. If it keeps getting driven on, frozen, thawed, but you can probably pass muster right now with that one based on your engineer's professional judgment, but it's going to need some fixing. Next slide. All right, these caps are bad. Someone could get in there and eat the dirt for that left slide, or get it kicked up and inhale the dirt. Clearly it's not impermeable. So that's one that you're going to need to get out and fix pretty quickly. Some asphalt milling and resurfacing maybe. The one on the right, it's got other issues. I mean, like some geotechnical issues. It looks like there's some weird subsidence. That's probably going to need some more comprehensive engineering to figure out what's going on, which is why it's important to pick the right people to be working on that team. Because, you know, the cap may be fine right now for direct contact, but something weird's going on there. And if you're capping goo or, you know, not just dirt, you know, soupy soils or whatever, something's happening. Back early in my career, we used to inspect a cap all the time. And it had this big crack down the middle. It was an old landfill. And it was called the oozing crack. And you would go out there and you'd measure the crack and you'd sample the goop coming out of it. And people would go back and fix it. It was a landfill. So, you know, like make sure there's not stuff oozing out of your crack. That was terrible, but you know what I mean. But it matters. It matters for protectiveness. Next slide. Okay, vegetative cap. The one on the left looks like something out of The Sound of Music. It's great. Your landfill's in good shape. Your grass is beautiful. You're probably fine. The one on the left, or the one on the right, is not good, but I can still see some gravel. It needs more vegetation if it's a vegetated cap. But based on how thick your layer is underneath it, you may still pass muster and then just say you're going to fix it up. That's going to require some maintenance. Next slide. All right, there's problems here. There's drainage problems all over the place, which with vegetative caps is usually what the problem's going to be. It's going to be drainage issues. It's going to be slumping on slopes because of drainage issues. And this is going to require some engineering. And right now it's most likely not protective. So these are the sorts of things that you might not be aware of. But if somebody's doing their quarterly inspections or semi-annual inspections, they should be noticing these things and letting you know, but obviously that doesn't always happen. So drainage, you know, there might be some geotech issues here. Definitely get that engineering team on there and get it fixed up. Next slide. All right, it's time for a poll. And I think DEP is taking over at this point.
Yep.
Here's Alyssa.
All right, we're here for our next test your knowledge question, so make sure you are answering. The first is this remedy still protective? So you can see there's two pictures, 2019 versus 2020. You have a building in the one picture with, it looks like concrete or asphalt parking lot, and then in the second one, there's gravel. So the question is this remedy still protective from 2019 to 2021? So yes, no, or maybe. And just a reminder, while you all are answering this poll question, you can fill out the Survey Monkey. I just sent it to the chat. So at some point today, if you could please fill out these Survey Monkeys, they really help us come up with additional training and tweak the training that we have to make sure it's fitting everyone's needs. And just a reminder, you do need to fill out 3 of 4 of these poll questions, so make sure you're filling them out. And I'll give everyone a few more seconds here to answer. And just another reminder, if you do have a question, it can go into the question box. I think some people have been raising their hands and we're not able to really call on people at this point. So like I said, if you have a question, it can go right into the question box. All right. So next slide, please. There we go. So the remedy is maybe protective, and I'm going to let Kathy talk about that some more.
Thanks, Alyssa. Thank you. All right, so I like to make my poll questions something we can then talk about. So the answer is maybe, and I'm guessing most of you said maybe. And I wish that we could talk back and forth, but the reason it's maybe, so you go out, you've got concrete, you've got a building. If your cap is for direct contact and inhalation only, 2021, your cap is still protective. Clearly, you're going to need a mod because it's different material, but it could still be protective, you know, based on how much clean soil's underneath it and all the other things you would need to do. But if your cap was for volatiles or for infiltration, your cap is now junk because they've just made it permeable. So it matters clearly what the purpose of your cap is. So it wasn't really a trick question, but it was sort of a trick question. Next slide. Okay, so we're going to talk about permeable impermeable. This is actually one of my slides. I wanted to fit it in because we're really happy that we're finally doing remediation there. So on the left is a crappy parking lot and a building that used to be electroplating with a dirt floor. Chlorinated solvents all over the place. So, you know, the client's like, well, we've already got asphalt there. We don't, you know, our cap is good, except we are going to be capping for infiltration, not just for direct contact. We've removed all the direct contact exceedances, but we've got little bits of solvents in the shallow all over the place that we're not going to dig up. Groundwater's deep. So we wanted to cap the whole thing for volatiles. So we tore down the building, we dug a big hole, and now we have this lovely impermeable asphalt cap. So, you know, maybe that bad parking lot would have been perfect if we were only dealing with PAHs. We could have fixed up the cracks a little, but because we were capping for volatiles, we needed to resurface that entire area. Next slide. So you're done your inspection, you're back in the office, you're meeting with your team. The big questions you should be asking. Obviously you're going to go through the form and it's got all the questions there, but would an inspector who goes out there recognize the remedy as it's detailed in the permit? That goes back to the read your permit before you go out there and make sure it's what it says it's supposed to be. If the answer is no, then you need a permit mod, clearly. Do you need repairs? We talked about that. Put a schedule in there. Manage everybody's expectations, the DEP, the client, whoever's responsible for the repairs. Make sure you put that schedule in there and make sure you're doing your best to get them to comply. I know you can't always, but as an Lsrp, if you're documenting that you're showing people that they're supposed to be doing things, if they don't do it, then you don't get in trouble. But if you're not reminding people, it's harder to show that you were doing the best job you could. Do you need repairs? Do you need a modification? Do you need to refile? All those things kind of lump together, and this is the time to be thinking about that. Is further sampling or evaluation needed? Now, you know, a client never wants to hear, we need to do more, but sometimes you need to do more, either because the standards have changed, the land use has changed, and you might have a vapor issue. So think about it, outline it, manage everybody's expectations, and make sure you get that work done. The vapor stuff John's going to talk about, and really pay attention to that because it's something that I think a lot of us don't always think of vapor when we're doing a soil inspection. And I think that is it. I don't know if there's any questions. There are. I think we have to wait till the end of this section.
Yeah, we are going to move on just to the rest of the case scenarios before we take questions.
Okay, because you know.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Kathy.
Thank you. Bye.
Up next, we have Rich Lake. So Rich, whenever you're ready.
Thanks, Alyssa. So we're going to shift gears a little bit from Kathy's presentation. I'm going to speak a little bit about the groundwater by certs. I'm Rich Lake, an Lsrp with GTA, Geotechnology Associates. Next slide. So there's been a lot presented about the forms that you have to fill out as part of your by cert. But what I like to do is step back and look at the big picture. What are you really trying to accomplish as part of the protectiveness evaluation? And so there are 4 main points here that I'll talk about. One is, did you meet the conditions of the permit? Second is your groundwater remedy still appropriate? Third is, are you still protective of receptors? And the last thing is, do you need to change anything? Next slide. So have you met the conditions of the permit? So one of the main things that's included in your groundwater wrap is periodic groundwater sampling. So in this brief example here, you can see that, let's assume your permit was issued in 2019. You've gone back and you've done 2 rounds of annual groundwater sampling, which is typically what you would do for a freshly issued groundwater wrap. There are some other things that you have to do to meet the conditions of the permit, and they're listed at the bottom here. A lot of these are going to be covered in later presentations. Next slide. So is your groundwater remedy still appropriate? And this could be either an active or an M&A remedy. So the primary way you're going to see if this is an appropriate remedy, continues to be an appropriate remedy, is looking at your ongoing groundwater monitoring data. And I'm going to echo some of the things that Kathy said in her presentation, and that is understand your site. So even before you start doing your periodic groundwater monitoring, if you're an Lsrp that took over from another Lsrp, understand the conditions that were outlined in the remedial action permit that described why the remedy was appropriate. And this could include multiple lines of evidence as detailed in the various guidances that are out there that would support that. Also, review your prior remedial action protectiveness by cert submittals. So you could have a situation where maybe in the last by cert submittal, it referenced a slight change in the groundwater flow direction, but it wasn't enough to really take any action on. Well, that's something you would want to look at during the next by cert period. You would want to say, okay, considering that last groundwater flow change, has it still changed? Has it gone back to what it was historically? So be prepared to follow up on anything that was in any prior by certs. Next slide. So here's an example. So let's say you have some data from a source area well, and you're going to evaluate your concentration trends. So what the department really likes to see is a summary table, and something presented like this I think really works well. It gives you all of the data from the beginning of time for this site, and it shows your benzene concentrations. So you can see at the bottom here, we did 2 rounds of sampling in June in 2020 and 2021, and you can look very easily at this table and say, you know what, we still have single-digit benzene concentrations, and you can see that things have decreased over time. So if I were looking at this data as part of a by cert, I would say that the remedy still seems appropriate, and I would continue with that remedy. Just remember, I'm giving very simple examples here. There are some very complicated ways to show that M&A or an active remedy is appropriate. So again, review the documentation for that was used to support to get the permit in the first place. Next slide. So here's another example of evaluating concentration trends. Again, we're looking at a source area well, but I've shifted to show a little bit different benzene concentrations this time around. So if you were going to briefly look at this table, and this is the only way you were going to evaluate that whether or not this remedy was appropriate, you may look at the last 2 rounds of data for the last 2 years and say, you know what, they're higher than the 2 rounds before it, slightly higher, but they're higher. And you may think to yourself, well, that kind of looks like things are going up and not going down. You know, do I have an issue here? So if you go to the next slide, just remember, go back and look at the information that was used to support the original permit. And in this situation, it looks like that the June sampling event was chosen for the annual program because in the prior June sampling events, those concentrations seem to be higher than other times of the year. So the LSRP made a decision that when the annual sampling would be performed, they would do it in June. So now if you went back and looked at the June data year over year, you would see that things look like they are going down and that the remedy looks like it's appropriate. Next slide. So I'm going to shift gears here, and this, one of the things you want to look at is plume stability. This is a different site, and for this case, we're looking at a sentinel well. And you can see the PCE concentrations over time for this well. And you'll notice that historically this well was either non-detect or had very low concentrations of PCE that did not exceed the standard. But when you jump down to the last two sampling events, you see that you now exceed the groundwater quality standards. Well, everybody knows that the idea of a sentinel well is that you should have a clean well, and the primary purpose of that well is to show that the groundwater contamination is not migrating. In this scenario, I would say it appears your plume may be migrating, and this is a situation where you would want to shift gears and say, is the remedy appropriate? Could there be any new receptors that are impacted? It looks like you will need a new sentinel well, and it could be you install a new sentinel well and it's clean, but you still want to look at your remedy and see if it's appropriate and think about why it's moving. Next slide. So one of the big picture questions you're answering is the remedy still protective of receptors? So before you jump into this, make sure you review prior reports. Look at the old receptor evaluations, understand which receptors have been evaluated, and layer onto that your new well search, your new site reconnaissance, your new evaluation of potential receptors, and how does that line up with what was done in the past. So as everyone knows, for a lot of sites that involve VOCs, there was probably some type of vapor intrusion evaluation done in the past. So if there's a building next to your site, and you previously obtained subslab samples and show that it's not an issue, then consider that data going forward. If your plume hasn't moved and it's still decreasing, there's not really a trigger to go sample that home. What the department is looking for in the Cert is for you to present the data that you obtain for any POET systems or VI systems. And John's going to talk about that a little bit later. In terms of new receptors, one of the most common new receptors could be the construction of a new building, and that's primarily a vapor intrusion concern. Another thing is to do your well search, look to see if there are any new drinking water wells nearby. And when you're thinking about receptors, think about changes in groundwater flow direction to make sure that the receptors that you're looking at were previously considered or new. Provide these evaluations to the DEP during your Cert. And include any sampling data that you may have obtained to show that the pathway is not complete. Next slide. Here's a quick example. Let's say that at the time the permit was originally issued, your groundwater flow was generally to the west, as shown by this orange arrow. And during your last round of sampling, you noticed a shift in groundwater flow direction to the southwest. Well, the first thing you want to consider is, well, where is it going? If this is something different, are there any receptors in that direction? Do I need to take a look at that building that's on the southern part of the photo? Is my sentinel well still appropriate? Do I have to have a new well installed at the property line? So some different things to consider there when you have a change in groundwater flow direction. Next slide. So what are the potential outcomes of your Cert? So ideally, we would all want to be in the first situation where you went out and obtained additional groundwater data. It lines up with your prior data. The remedy is appropriate. You don't really have to make any changes. So in that situation, you would continue with your long-term monitoring program and submit your Cert. Keep in mind that, as mentioned earlier, there are some things that would trigger a RAP modification, such as new wells that maybe were installed far away from the original wells for some reason. Maybe you want to change the frequency. Maybe you are sampling annually now, and you want to switch that to a biennial situation. Well, that's something that, if it's not already built into the permit to begin with, you may have to submit a RAP modification. Another outcome of it is implement a contingency remedy. So in one of the examples I gave where the Sentinel well found concentrations that were exceeding the standard, you may want to think that, what do I have a source that's causing that? Is there something else I need to do to make this remedy protective? Keep in mind also that impacts to a new receptor may not trigger a contingency remedy. You may be able to still follow through with that remedy. You just may need to change the RAP modification to consider any of those receptors that were impacted. Also, address your contaminants of emerging concern and order of magnitude. That'll be talked about a little bit more later in this presentation. You may need to modify the CEA. If your duration of your CEA was 8 years and you've just completed the 8th year of monitoring and you are still above the standards, you will need to modify your CEA. Ideally, eventually, once the groundwater concentrations meet the groundwater quality standards, you would be in a position to terminate the RAP. Next slide. That wraps up for my presentation. Turn it back to Alyssa.
That's actually me, John. I'm sorry, Rich. So we're even. We called each other the wrong name. I am going to introduce John, who will be joining us to talk about vapor intrusion. John, you can go ahead.
All right, so good morning. My name is John Engdahl. I'm a external stakeholder member of this group representing the Chemistry Council and SHRIN. Following the themes of Kathy and Rich, I'm going to be talking about biennial certification process with some vapor intrusion scenarios. And ultimately, I'm going to try to answer the question of when do I need to modify a RAP due to vapor intrusion concerns. Next slide, please.
John, I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt. You are like, I know it's just not loud, like it's not coming through.
All right, so the groundwater, so vapor intrusion kind of goes hand in hand most commonly with our groundwater remedial action permits. We will talk, as Kathy mentioned, about soil RAPs and vapor intrusion scenarios briefly at the end of this conversation. We as the stakeholder group identified some scenarios that are common that would need to be, changes at your site, which then would need to be evaluated for vapor intrusion protectiveness. These scenarios are shown on the slide. First three really, site development, building use change, going from unoccupied to occupied, building use change from a non-residential to a residential, school, or daycare setting. Those three clearly land use driven. The fourth slide, groundwater data or groundwater flow direction. Basically, something's going on with our plume. Our plume has changed, and some vapor intrusion questions may arise as the result of that. We're also going to talk about systems that are installed to mitigate vapor intrusion. And there's three different types of systems here. We're going to hit on this a few times, and Mike did as well in his presentation. A proactive system versus a passive system versus an active system. I also want to mention here that with the first three bullets, the indeterminate VI pathway status is something that needs to be looked at. That is a scenario where vapor intrusion was not evaluated in a building, and that could be either a building on your property or a neighboring property or adjacent property. And the chemical was used inside the building, therefore VI was not assessed at the time. But if that use has changed and that building is no longer using that particular chemical, that is now the time to move forward with your indoor air investigation. Also, as the previous presenters have all mentioned, order of magnitude evaluations, new standards, which is clearly appropriate with the adoption of the new standards last year, or last month, I should say, and any emerging contaminants of concern need to be addressed as part of your evaluation here. And Lynn, Karen, and Barry will be addressing some of those items later in this presentation. Just a quick note, the DEP, in the DEP's experience, they have identified the building use changes and the land use changes as really the most common ones that affect the remedial action permits and vapor intrusion. Next slide, please. So we're just going to jump into kind of a pretty simple, quick case study here that tries to address the development, occupancy, and use change scenarios discussed on the previous slide. I don't want to cause any confusion here. The form that you're looking at is actually sections of the initial groundwater RAP application. I show that here because this is where we are really setting the stage for our site. At section I, as you'll see for this scenario, we are setting the stage of an industrial site that has a vacant property next door. And as the result of our data at the time of our initial groundwater RAP application, we did not have any vapor intrusion concerns both on the property and off the property. Question 3 of the initial RAP speaks to something that Mike had talked about previously. I just briefly mentioned, and we'll be talking a little bit more detail at the end of this presentation, is some cases, particularly with development, systems are installed kind of in a just-in-case scenario. And if you have a site with that or a neighboring property with that, the department wants to make it very clear that the answer to question 3 on that initial RAP is it should be no. And again, we'll talk about that a little in more detail at the end of this presentation. Next slide, please. So this is just a aerial photograph of somewhere in New Jersey, our industrial site with a vacant neighbor, and we are at the point of our biennial cert. So again, the industrial site with the vacant neighboring property was the site conditions at the time of our initial application. We need to evaluate our site and our surrounding properties for any land use changes which may affect how we look at vapor intrusion. So again, those changes can be both on our site or neighboring sites. In this scenario, we're using a neighboring site change. Has it been developed? Has it gone from undeveloped to developed? Has it gone from unoccupied to occupied? And if those changes have happened, how does it affect the vapor intrusion investigation that may or may not be required on that property? We kind of put an X here on this table moving towards the land use. In this industrial setting, having a neighboring property move to non-residential or residential, I think would be somewhat unique, but we have all seen some strange things out there if you're in this business long enough. So you do need to be very aware of all potential changes from the development, occupancy, and use side of things. Next slide. So back to the biennial certification form. This is section J, and we're going to be discussing question 3, which asks if there has been any changes to the property use or surrounding properties that would require a vapor intrusion investigation. As Mike said in his presentation, there now is room for you to discuss any vapor intrusion sampling that was done as part of a land use change during your biennial certification. You can also use this space to explain why you did not evaluate the vapor intrusion pathway despite a potential change in your site or surrounding properties. Based on this evaluation in question 3, you will move to the 3 questions on the right side of the page, which asks if a system has been installed to address vapor intrusion as the result of groundwater contamination, It'll ask you if there's a soil gas contamination issue where your soil gas numbers were above, but your indoor air was below, but you're required to have a long-term monitoring plan to continue to monitor that condition. And then also a question about the indeterminate vapor intrusion pathway status. Again, in question 4 here, if a system has been installed as a just in case, potentially during that development scenario, we can still answer no to this question if it's not specific to a groundwater contamination issue. If you happen to answer yes to any of the 4 questions, or I'm sorry, any of the 3 questions on the right-hand side of the page, you have notes there that will instruct you that a RAP modification would be required as the result of that. Next slide, please. So this is the second scenario. We called it moving plume. That can be driven by groundwater data or groundwater flow direction, as Rich talked about. And again, not to cause any confusion here, but these are sections of the initial groundwater RAP application form. I provided it, again, because it does set the stage for how we are going to look at land use and particularly the vapor intrusion pathway going forward through the biennial certification process. So in this scenario, we established a commercial property that has residential neighbors. As the result of our data at the time and the land uses at the time, we did not have any vapor intrusion components as part of our initial RAP. Next slide, please. So this is a very simple scenario here. Left side of the screen would represent the plume at the time that the initial groundwater RAP application was submitted. Clearly, the building down in the bottom left-hand corner of that site plan would have been investigated for vapor intrusion. I guess maybe with an exception of if you had a vertical screening distance exemption for a petroleum hydrocarbon site. But the initial groundwater RAP application would have investigated this building for VI. VI would not have been an issue, and the application, like we showed, would have went in without indicating as such. Biennial certification process, we get some new groundwater data, and our plume has moved. So now we're moving to the scenario on the right side of the screen. Whether it's flow direction or new concentrations in existing wells, the building now on the bottom right-hand side of that site plan could potentially warrant some vapor intrusion assessment, which was not done as part of the initial application. Again, a petroleum hydrocarbon site, having a 30-foot buffer there would be one scenario why that one building on the bottom right-hand side was not assessed initially. Next slide, please. So similar to the previous scenario, we are back into section J of the biennial certification form, and we are looking at question 2 now, which asks specifically about recent data, recent groundwater data that has affected your vapor intrusion assessment. In this case, we're answering yes. We have room to discuss our vapor intrusion sampling results that were done as part of the biennial certification, or indicate and give the reasons why we did not evaluate the intrusion pathway. And again, the vertical screening distance for a petroleum hydrocarbon site would be a good example. Same 3 questions to answer. If we're answering yes to any of these scenarios, then a modification to your groundwater RAP would be required. Next slide, please. I think with all the scenarios in these case studies, we keep them definitely on the simpler side of things. I found this illustration in the Massachusetts DEP vapor intrusion guidance document, and I thought it did a good job as you're assessing, particularly in that scenario, if your plume is moving off site, and how you need to assess vapor intrusion as your plume is moving to neighboring properties, and just how potentially complex they could be. Something as simple as structures that have basements versus not having basements. could be the determining factor of using, say that vertical screening distance. You'll have industrial properties, you'll have commercial properties. You may have some properties off-site that meet the criteria for the indeterminate vapor intrusion status avenue. So just wanted to show this. Again, our slides here, our presentations are on the simpler side of things. We all understand that you can find yourself in some pretty complex situations when it comes to vapor intrusion or really any of these scenarios. Next slide, please. Okay, I just wanted to revisit this. Mike talked about it earlier. Proactive system is something that is discussed in the vapor intrusion technical guidance document, and that is really that system that I said goes in a just-in-case scenario. I think building a new structure on a former contaminated site or adjacent to contaminated sites, I think that's a pretty common practice at this point in the construction industry. The department, again, wants to make it very clear if that system is going in and it's not going in specifically for groundwater or soil contamination associated with the site or a neighboring site, we should be answering no to that question. If through the biennial certification process, that proactive system, we have some changes, whether it's change in the plume, potentially change in the land use, if that proactive system needs to become a passive or an active system, a RAP modification would be required. I think it goes without saying that if your initial RAP application included a passive system and due to site conditions, you now feel the need to convert that to an active system, a RAP modification would have to go in. Next slide, please. Kathy addressed soil scenarios with the vapor intrusion biennial certification protectiveness evaluation. I think everyone would agree that this is a less common scenario. However, it can't be ignored and it should be identified. The biennial cert form for soil has section I, which is going to force you to answer questions about the vapor intrusion aspects of your soil only RAP. I think the scenarios, the land use change scenarios, and potentially the system changes are some common, common occurrences which would make you modify a soil RAP for vapor intrusion. We did want to point out that landfills are probably the one exception in that it is more common for a soil RAP to have some kind of active or passive vapor system. So a scenario where you have a soil only RAP and some vapor intrusion aspects to that RAP. Landfills is typically the most common for that. Next slide. We've been talking about the order of magnitude and emerging contaminants of concern. I did want to point out that these two compounds, 1,4-dioxane and 1,2,4-trimethylbenzene, as the result of last month's adoption of the soil remediation standards, these are two compounds that previously did not have groundwater screening levels, soil gas screening levels, or indoor air screening levels for vapor intrusion investigations. They now have indoor air soil remediation standards, and as a result, have screening levels which need to be evaluated as part of your VI. Next slide. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John.
Do you want to start with some questions?
Yeah, sure. This is a question from the department, for the department. Do we need a deed notice just to add ethylbenzene as an additional contaminant to a site that has a deed notice and a permit for VOCs?
And I can answer that question unless somebody else wants to jump in. But yes, you would have to revise the deed notice because you need to add the new contaminant to your deed notice. Even though the remedy may be protective, you have to add the additional contaminant so that the deed notice is accurate.
We can take 10 or so minutes, come back around 11:25 and get started again, and Neil can bring us back from break. We'll just switch things up a little bit from the agenda. How's that? Good? All right, everyone.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good.
We'll see you again at 11:25. It's 11:25. I hope everybody had a nice 10-minute break. He's going to begin his presentation, unfortunately not on camera, but Neil, you can go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Christine, and thank you, Tyrone, for helping with the slides here. Appreciate it greatly. I'm going to speak this morning about some considerations of the life cycle of the remediation project. What happens as we move from an active remedy to monitored natural attenuation, and also from M&A to site closure, and what are some of the things we want to consider on that. So next slide, please. So the case scenario I'll use, just by way of a simple example, is a site where we have an active groundwater remedy that's been implemented, whether that's an injection of amendments for bioremediation or chemical oxidation or some form of pump and treat, and the monitoring that's been done over time indicates that active treatment may no longer be needed. Let's say, for example, that the source area concentrations have diminished significantly, the plume is stable or shrinking, the plume geochemistry is consistent with contaminant degradation, things of that nature. Next slide, please. So what do we do? What's next? Well, I'll speak about these slides a bit more in a minute, but sort of as the big picture items, the things we want to do is, first and foremost, revisit, consider the potential receptors. And secondly, assess the potential for the success of natural attenuation. Next slide, please. But before we do all that, stop, hold on, I just want to make a quick reminder, put a quick reminder in here that even though you're evaluating these, the M&A and reevaluating the site conditions, you need to continue with the permit specified monitoring. So whatever your monitoring schedule is in your existing groundwater RAP, you need to continue to do that. You can supplement that monitoring to assess monitored natural attenuation, but you can't decide just to discontinue the monitoring and hope that you're going to get yourself to M&A. Another related reminder is many of the older groundwater RAPs did not have a monitoring plan that was designed to include M&A evaluation or long-term M&A monitoring. Many of these RAPs really only had a monitoring plan for a few years during the active portions of the program, and so in those cases, you're going to need to update that monitoring plan in the RAP in the future. In addition, if you're doing a new RAP application right now, consider the entire remediation life cycle. Set your monitoring program up to address not just the active period of remediation, but the M&A period as well. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so as I say, we've seen some good success in our case here, where remediation appears to have been relatively successful, and we think we're perhaps ready for M&A. So what are we going to do? First, we're going to consider our potential receptors. We're going to revisit the conceptual site model, and I think John and Rich spent a good deal of time discussing some of the factors we consider, some of the details of this. I won't belabor those points, but big picture. Will discontinuing active remediation alter the plume dynamics? If it's a pumping scenario, for example, will the plume migration change, or the direction of migration change? If you've been injecting over time, you may be pushing the plume in a particular direction, and now you're going to stop those injections. How will that change things? How will it change the direction of contaminant migration relative to potential receptors? Are there changes in property or groundwater use in the area? John and Rich talked about VI assessments. If there are changes in property use, we want to update our VI understanding. Are our sentinel well locations in the right place? Are there new potable supply wells? These are the types of things we think about as a general as general activities as part of a BICERT anyway. Important to revisit them and evaluate whether there's a need to change our monitoring program, whether in terms of wells or frequencies or contaminants. Next slide, please. So assuming we've gotten through the receptor evaluation check, we're going to now assess for the potential for monitored natural attenuation. And there I'm going to refer you to the M&A guidance and to the groundwater SIRI-RA guidance. Those documents really provide a framework for understanding the potential for monitored natural attenuation, some of the various lines of evidence that you want to consider and evaluate to determine whether M&A might be successful for the site. Once you've designed a sampling program based upon that, on those guidance, you want to sample your groundwater, and you want to sample throughout the plume. You're going to evaluate rebound in the treatment zone. This is a commonly seen phenomenon where post-treatment you have back diffusion of constituents. Are you seeing groundwater concentrations pop back up after the treatment? You're going to want to evaluate the entire plume vertically and horizontally both in the down gradient direction and the lateral direction. Again, the active remedy may have over time been altering the direction of groundwater flow, been pushing things in one direction or pulling them in another. So you want to make sure that your overall M&A evaluation addresses the entire plume. And you want to account for seasonal variability. You saw that in Rich's example of some variability where the groundwater concentrations were highest at one time. You need to think about that, and you need to think about seasonal variability throughout the plume. It's entirely possible that, say, for example, there's some residual contamination in the source zone that, as water levels rise, dissolves into the formation. We might see the groundwater concentrations increase at that same period of higher groundwater elevations. But down gradient from that point, you may see a lag in that. The material has moved from the unsaturated zone into the saturated zone, and now down gradient, it may show up a quarter later. So think about seasonal variability. This is why we want to make sure we're measuring groundwater elevations when we're doing our sampling and doing our evaluations, and back to Mike Gaudio's point of making sure we're providing groundwater elevation contour maps as part of our analysis. As a general statement, you're likely going to need 8 rounds of post-treatment data to evaluate M&A. You go to the M&A guidance, the modeling and methodologies generally are going to require 8 rounds of post-treatment data with at least 4 consecutive quarterly events. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's assume that we've done all that work, we've done all that sampling, and we have success. We see that M&A will be an effective remedy. What are we going to do next? These are a handful of the sort of the administrative tasks that we want to do to transfer or change our permit. So we're going to modify the permit through the remedial action permit mod form. Included with that form are a variety of additional submissions, a cover letter report explaining the reason for the modification, the M&A monitoring results, the modeling of the M&A, depth to groundwater and concentration data, groundwater elevation contours, secondary and tertiary lines of evidence if they're applicable, daughter products and geochemical parameters, and an updated CEA WRA fact sheet. Next slide, please. Okay. In addition, as you're updating the permit, you want to make sure you're updating the long-term monitoring plan. So again, back to what I said earlier, think about what are the next steps, what are the future steps, what wells need to be monitored, how frequently, and will that change over time? So you may need, you may need to continue to monitor some wells from the treatment zone. You may be able to eliminate some, however, and again, focus more on the plume itself. You can adjust your sampling frequency and analytical suite as needed. You want to make sure you're protecting receptors, and the wells you select are in locations that are going to do that, but collect decision relevant data as well. You know, if the contaminants of concern are now a reduced set of parameters, let's not sample for the entire TCL VOC. Let's look at the appropriate constituents of concern at the site and perhaps their daughter products. In addition, you may need a VI monitoring plan depending upon the outcome of the receptor evaluation, the updated assessment of the conceptual site model. You're also going to provide, as part of the permit application, the OM&M plans for VI mitigation, for POETs if they're needed as well. Next slide. Okay, so we've gone through that portion of the process that takes us into the M&A mode. Let's speed forward into time a little bit and just quickly talk about the transition from M&A to closure, and a lot of that is similar to what I talked about for the active to M&A. Next slide, please. You know, in this case, our groundwater monitoring indicates compliance with the groundwater quality standards, or perhaps the modeled CEA duration is approaching. Next slide. Now, in this case, we need a minimum of 2 successive rounds of concentration data demonstrating compliance with the groundwater quality standards. And at least one round needs to be biased to those conditions or periods of higher concentrations. I talked about seasonal variability earlier, and that's certainly one of the things you're going to think most about. It's also important that you're demonstrating compliance throughout the entire plume, again, vertically, horizontally, and horizontally being down gradient and laterally. Next slide, please. So, success. We got those 2 rounds, we comply with groundwater quality standards, we're in good shape. What do we do now? Well, we submit a remedial action permit termination application form. Again, a cover letter and report justifying the termination, providing the groundwater monitoring results. Next slide, please. Okay, last but not least, you don't need to produce an RAO update in this case, because a limited restricted use RAO, which you would have likely prepared earlier, plus a groundwater RAP termination is the equivalent of an unrestricted use groundwater RAO. So you don't need that additional unrestricted use groundwater RAO. I think that's got it for me. Next slide, please. We'll leave it for questions. Thank you.
All right, Neil, thank you so much. And thanks for bearing with the technical difficulties we were having. So we're going to take a few questions now, and then we'll move on and take additional questions at the next question segment, which is after the discussion on CECs. There is a follow-up question to the question Lynn answered earlier. Does the deed notice need to be amended prior to the submission of a biennial certification?
The revision of the deed notice and the modification of the permit, as Gary had explained earlier, is a completely separate process to the bi-cert. So the bi-cert, you would say that I need to do this, or I have done it, whichever is the case, and then you need to follow up with the modification of the permit.
Okay. Are you allowed to stop active remediation during active RAP to complete the 8 rounds of post-remedial monitoring, or do you apply for the M&A mod first?
I'll let Mike Audio come in and answer that. Well, Gary.
Yeah, you would first stop it and make sure M&A is appropriate. So you wouldn't apply for that mod until you know you're ready and you have your 8 rounds that show that you can shut the system off and M&A is you have the decreasing trend and that M&A is appropriate.
Okay. A couple of people asked this question, and while it doesn't necessarily pertain to the topic at hand, because Neil just commented on it, if a RAP is terminated, Lynn, you might want to stay on for this one. Can we issue an unrestricted use REO if the client wants one? And so basically that question's been asked a couple of times. I know the answer to it, but I'll let it come from you instead of me.
Thank you. I can't stop you from issuing the revised RAO, but I would ask you to not to, that there is no need to, that your documentation with the termination of your permit and your restricted or limited restricted use RAO equal an unrestricted use RAO, and there is no need whatsoever for you to do the additional work. It just makes more work for you and more work for us, and it's not needed.
Okay. All right, at this point, I am going to refer questions to the next Q&A segment, and we are going to move on and introduce Mike Gaudio and Mark Fisher. There's Mark, and there's Mike. How about it?
How's it going again, everybody? Hopefully you're enjoying the training so far. Mark Fisher and I were going to go over some frequently asked questions. So here we go. Next slide, please. Okay, so the question is, the minor wells in my groundwater RAP, groundwater monitoring plan, are inaccessible due to snow cover from the most recent blizzard. A 90-day extension is being requested to submit the groundwater Cert form for the site. Is this acceptable? And the answer to this question is no. I mean, the department wants you to maintain the schedule for your Cert schedule that's in your groundwater RAP and just document the issues with sampling the wells and just sample them as soon as possible. As I discussed earlier on some of the important changes on the Cert form, and we now have a space documenting any deviations from the groundwater monitoring plan. I mean, you should still sample the wells, but just sample them as soon as they become available and make sure you include that missing data along with the regularly scheduled data in the next Cert that's due for the site.
Yeah, and the only other thing that I would add to that is obviously Mike mentioned that the submission of the Cert form itself really is the primary compliance mechanism. So you want to make sure you get that in on time. In the scenario, let's say where you've got 10 wells, you can't sample 5, sample the 5 you can, make your submission, explain your rationale for why you can't sample the other 5 wells, indicate when you're going to sample them. The sooner the better. You don't want to wait until the day before your next Cert to do that additional sampling. So indicate that in your submission of what the issues are, what the timing is to complete that additional sampling. And in some instances, I think that the department, if you have some critical wells, there's critical receptors, and for some reason you can't sample those wells at the time of the Cert, the department may reach out and say, hey, maybe send us that data in an email in an interim measure. They'll reach out and let you know. I don't think you have to assume that that's the case. But again, the primary mechanism for compliance is the Cert submission. So get that in, explain your situation. I think there may be, and Mike, maybe you can chime in on this, if for some reason I've got some construction activity and my, my permit or my submission is going to be 2 weeks late, but I can get all my well sampled and get them submitted, in that instance, maybe it's a good idea to sort of send DEP, send, the RAP folks an email and say, hey, it's going to be a couple of weeks late. I'm going to get it all done. I think that would be acceptable. So, there's a little bit of a gray area there, but for the most part, I think the watchword is get your Cert in on time and explain what's going on.
Yep, agreed with that. If it's a couple weeks, yeah, no big deal. Just let us know. Shoot us an email or something, and we can put something in our database documenting that. But yeah, the main thing is, making sure that receptors remain protected. So perform that evaluation and do the sampling as soon as you can. So next slide, please. Okay, the question is, a groundwater wrap, groundwater monitoring plan was approved with sampling of all the monitor wells at the expiration of the CEA. Is it acceptable to only sample source area monitor wells to see if they are still contaminated? And the answer to this is no. I mean, your groundwater monitoring plan and permit were approved with sampling of all the wells, including Sentinel wells. Just trying to determine whether or not the CEA should be extended because the source area well is contaminated. It's not the only thing you should be doing here. You should be making sure that Sentinel wells remain unimpacted. Plume's not. The dynamics of the plume are not changing, or expanding. So sample all those monitor wells that are in your approved monitoring plan.
Yeah, I think some of the questions that we hear sometimes from clients or LSRPs are, okay, I've been sampling under my wrap for 10 years. My Sentinel well's always been clean. Most of my fringe wells are clean. Maybe I can pinch off a few of these and not sample in my last sampling event, like Mike said. Definitely don't do that. Unless you've already previously come in for a permit modification to adjust your sampling program, you need to comply with what the requirements of your permit are, particularly, if you're at the expiration of your CEA and you're trying to terminate your permit, that last round of data from all your monitoring wells in your monitoring well network, it's going to be critical to get your permit termination.
Next slide, please. Okay, the question is, a groundwater wrap, groundwater monitoring plan was approved with no Sentinel wells in it. Is this acceptable? And the answer to this question is no. All wraps and groundwater monitoring plans should have a Sentinel well in there to ensure things are occurring as predicted and to make sure receptors remain protective down gradient of your CEA. So if you don't have a Sentinel well in it and it's not a case-specific approval, then you really should be, installing a Sentinel well and modifying your groundwater wrap accordingly when ready.
Yeah, this one is, can be a little bit of a sticky subject. I know sort of the evolution of the groundwater wrap permit program, has been just that, an evolution. And I know in the beginning there were some permits that were probably pushed out, by the department's admission, maybe shouldn't have been issued the way they were issued, but they were, and so they exist. So I think as, the LSRP or the responsible party, when you have those scenarios, you really have to look at them critically. And to Mike's point, at this point, most of them should have probably come through with a Cert at some point. And I think what's been happening is the department's been making comments on those. If somebody is not, you've got one of these weird permits where you're sampling one well and you don't have any down gradient wells or a Sentinel well, they're going to probably say you need to do that. So just be mindful of that. I know it's probably easy for a client to get very upset about, oh, well, I have a permit and it says I don't have to do this. But the reality of it is, some adjustments have to be made. Like Mike said, there are certain scenarios where not having a Sentinel well is appropriate. They are very site-specific situations. Those have to be addressed at the time of your Cert submission. If you have one of these permits and maybe there was some sort of rationale when the permit was issued for why that Sentinel well was not installed or was not needed, you may want to reiterate that. And the department, I think, will evaluate those on a case-by-case basis. But they are going to probably be the rarity, unfortunately, that if there's no really good technical rationale or some sort of meaningful physical constraint for why you can't get that Sentinel well installed, you should expect that that's probably going to happen. If you haven't been caught up by that by now, expect that it's going to probably happen in your next submission, because I think the department's being particularly mindful of those types of permits as they come through the process.
Next slide, please. Okay, so the question is, can you obtain a groundwater permit by rule for injections after M&A wrap is issued? And the answer to that is yes, as long as it's not a long-term, continuously operating system. If it was that scenario, then that would be an active groundwater wrap. So yeah, you would obtain your PBR through the normal process, going through the Bureau of Groundwater Pollution Abatement, and you would have to modify your monitor plan, CA, your permit, as necessary after the injections have been performed.
Yeah, I think probably the most common scenario where this typically occurs is where, you know, an Lsrp or a PRCR wants to reduce the longevity of their permit. And they've got an approved M&A permit, but, you know, maybe they've got a 30-year longevity and they want to try to chop it down. So they're going to go attack the source area a little more aggressively with some injections, and they'll do that with a permit by rule. That can be done, like Mike said, sort of independent of what's going on with your permit. Once you're ready to make the adjustments after you've completed your injections, you can come in for a permit modification, reduce your permit timeline or your well sampling frequency, whatever the case may be, whatever your multiple lines of evidence support. You do that through a permit modification. Like Mike said, if for some reason you're at a situation where your M&A is not working and you need to modify your strategy in the permit mode to active, you're able to do that. I think the department's been reasonably flexible when that occurs. So if you have to go to something beyond, you know, a one-off injection, and it's going to be something more, quote, permanent, then you're going to have to do a permit modification to get an active permit. The other thing to keep in mind when that scenario, if that scenario does happen, is that you also would potentially be required to post financial assurance, depending upon the entities involved in the permit. So, you know, keep that in mind as well, is that that's an additional sort of administrative financial component when that scenario occurs.
Next slide, please. Okay, so the question is it, if there is a disturbance to an engineering control, is a wrap modification required? And the answer is no, as long as it's restored within 60 days. I mean, document that any of those occurrences in your Cert form. I mean, the form is set up for you to document that. Also, you know, keep in mind that the new rule no longer requires you to call it into the hotline when this occurs. If the engineering control is changed and not restored to the condition noted in the D notice, then a wrap modification application would be required. And also, you know, just keep in mind too that, you know, in a situation where, you know, maybe you have some topsoil, you know, clean fill, and then you add some gravel on top of that, as long as that original approved engineering control that's in the D notice does not change, you know, that addition of the gravel to that area would not require a wrap modification application. But just make sure you document that in the Cert that you're submitting, because, you know, if an inspector goes out there, you know, that information will be critical, so they don't note that as an issue.
Yeah, I think the one, again, one of the questions that comes up a lot is sort of the conflict between what's in my deed notice with the notification provision, because that used to be part of the model deed notice about calling the hotline, and now you have this, you know, regulatory change. I think some permittees get a little twisted up about potentially having a compliance issue. I think, you know, you can point to the rule change in your Cert submission, you know, to document that, to make sure your client is comfortable with the fact that you're not obligated to make that notification anymore. And quite honestly, it's really to your advantage not to do that. It creates it'll create a new case number for your site. There's a lot of other sort of administrative headaches you create for yourself. So while, you know, it may seem like a potential, quote, compliance issue, it is not. And I think you can point to the new guidance document, the provision in the rule to justify that when you make your binding certification. So, you know, as the Lsrp and the responsible party, they can feel comfortable that you don't have a compliance issue. I think the other thing that you know, it usually comes up is sort of the 60-day clock. And, you know, a lot of times with these disruptions to your engineering control, it's tied to some sort of development or redevelopment on the site. And even in a scenario where you're going to put it back in kind and there's not going to be a change to the modification, it may go on beyond 60 days. I think, you know, in those scenarios, again, the best thing to do is to reach out to the department, let them know that this disruption is going to go on more than 60 days. Certainly it's something you'll address when you submit your BICER, but probably the more important thing about that when it does go beyond 60 days is that you need to be, as the Lsrp, you need to make sure that whatever condition exists during the time period when that engineering control is no longer present, that you're maintaining some sort of site controls to ensure protectiveness, whether it's to the workers out there, whether it's to the general public, et cetera. You know, the receptor pathway protection part of this will really be important, particularly if you're going to go beyond 60 days. Again, I think, you know, if you be proactive with this, you communicate to the department and say, hey, this is going to go on for, you know, another 2 months. You know, everything's protective here, the measures I'm taking. I don't think that should be a problem if that period goes beyond 60 days. But again, reach out, be proactive, and ultimately when you submit your next BICER, you know, document all the steps that you took with regard to being protective during that additional period when that cap was no longer in place.
Right, and definitely try to do it as soon as you can, and you know, and any schedule to support what Mark was saying would be helpful. So, next slide, please. Okay, the question is, in a scenario where the person responsible for conducting the remediation that maintains responsibility for the soil rep no longer owns the property, and the property owner chooses to sell or subdivide the property, what is the PRCR obligated to do? Remember, the PRCR and the property owner are both co-permittees on the permit and are both equally responsible for compliance of the permit, whether it be permit transfers, terminating the D notice, filing any new D notices, and applying for modification applications. You know, now it's, you know, it's important to know that, I mean, I know the old transfer form had, the Lsrp wasn't required to necessarily sign that, and now they do. So hopefully all parties are kind of in the loop now, and no sales happen without everybody knowing, and hopefully everybody will stay on the same page to make sure the RAP remains in compliance.
Yeah, that's actually a very helpful change. That was one of the changes I know that a lot of the Lsrps asked to happen in the form, because, you know, we have been surprised on occasion about, oh, guess who now owns the property? One of the other things that I think is important to mention on this, because I can speak from personal experience, is that you have to be mindful of potential financial assurance exemptions that were in place originally with your permit. And if you go to do a property sale, it's very likely that your exemption will no longer apply. So you have to read the rule very carefully, and that even if you're new, let's say I'm a current property owner and I'm the PRCR and I'm exempt from financial assurance, and I sell the property, and I sell the property to somebody who theoretically is a small business as well, and quote, should qualify for this financial assurance exemption. They are not. It's only the first sort of property owner PRCR that comes through on the permit. That subsequent property owner will trigger the need to post that financial assurance. So it's the language in the rule and in the statute is a little unclear, but I think the department's position on this is pretty clear, at least in the scenario that I've been involved in. So keep that in mind. You know, be careful with your exemptions, and when you're doing these property sales, to make sure all the parties involved know that there may be a potential need to make a financial assurance component to your modification in that scenario. And of course, when you come in for the permit mod, to do that, make sure that the financial assurance is already established, because that will be a condition of getting that approved.
Next slide, please. Okay, so RAOs, this was kind of just discussed previously, but the question is, do I need to modify my limited restricted / restricted use RAO after my RAP is terminated? And no, the answer to this is no. You know, the RAP termination letter, along with your conditional RAO for that AOC that was covered by the RAP equals an unrestricted use scenario.
And that is true. And generally, I think that, you know, that doesn't create too much controversy. However, you know, the question does come up a lot. Some clients would like to get a, you know, quote, clean RAO issued, which is understandable, but as an LSRP, it creates complications because typically in these scenarios, you know, a protracted period of time has occurred since the time you issued your restricted use or limited restricted use RAO. And to issue a brand new RAO that's unrestricted, the site conditions may have changed. So technically, you really can't be doing that without doing a new preliminary assessment to reassess the current site conditions, particularly for entire site RAO scenarios. And as an LSRP, you wouldn't want to issue a new RAO based upon conditions that may have changed. So you're going to need, if you want to do that and your client wants to do that, that's fine. But the process really is, okay, terminate your permit. That's great. Now I'm going to do an updated preliminary assessment. I'm going to reissue. You're going to get a new case number. You're basically going to start a new case. But then you can push out your, you know, brand new shiny unrestricted use RAO for the site. The other thing that I'll say too, as an LSRP, you know, when you do your permit termination, do yourself a favor and dismiss yourself from the permit. What could happen is, and it's no fault of yours or the department's, is that, you know, let's say your permit's terminated 2 years down the road, there's a question on the site for whatever reason. The first person they're going to look up on the data miner system is probably who's the LSRP or who was the last LSRP on the site. And if you're still listed as a quote, you know, LSRP, even though the permit's terminated, you're probably going to get a phone call. So it may be in your best interest to sort of dismiss yourself once the permit termination has occurred. That's not going to happen automatically. You're going to have to go in the system and do that yourself.
Next slide, please.
There we go. So this is the third test question. Remember, you need to answer 3 out of 4 to get credit. Do you need a PBR or a permit by rule to perform injections after an M&A wrap is issued? So you guys will have about a minute to answer that question. And while you're doing that, just a reminder that the SurveyMonkey is available in the chat box, and you can click on that link to do the survey. And in addition, keep in mind that
Alyssa, can I just interrupt you for a second, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I just want to clarify right now that you can't amend your deed notice. It will have to be terminated and a new deed notice filed, in case there was any confusion with that on my answer earlier. Deed notices cannot be amended. So if a new one is needed, the original one has to be terminated, going through Rob Hoke, and then a new deed notice filed. Your turn.
Thank you. Just a few more seconds here, so if you haven't answered, make sure you do before it closes. All right, and next slide, please. The answer is yes. Okay, next slide. Back to you.
Okay, so this is on contact changes. The question is, how can I simply switch the person with primary responsibility for permit compliance from one existing co-permittee to another existing co-permittee? And does this require a permit modification? And the answer is no, just use the RAP contact information change form, and it's free.
I have nothing to add, it's free.
Next slide. And thank you, everybody. Hopefully, we've answered most of your questions thus far, and feel free to ask any other questions that are unclear. So thanks again. And thank you everybody for running the slideshow and putting this together, and everybody in the committee.
All right, thank you, Mark, and thank you, Mike. Up next, we are going to go to Lynne Mitchell and Karen Barnes.
Hi, well, good afternoon, everybody, and I'm back again, and I'm going to give a brief presentation on how contaminants of emerging concern need to be evaluated during the Cert process. Hopefully within a week or so, you should be getting an email. We should be releasing our FAQs regarding contaminants of emerging concern, as well as releasing a listserv on that. But my talk right now is going to be solely on how this contaminants of emerging concern need to be evaluated during the Cert process, not during the entire case. Next slide, please. So your obligation for CECs are not different than any other contaminant. You have to notify the department if you have a discharge, and you have to remediate the discharge. Next slide. So when the department asks you to do an evaluation, whether it's during the PA or during the Cert process, that doesn't necessarily mean you have to sample. It just means that you have to evaluate whether or not you need to do further investigation or if remediation is necessary. Karen's going to go into more specifics on that in a few minutes. Next slide, please. The department did release 2 listservs back in 2019 to help with this concept. You must include the results of your evaluation in your Certs. Next slide, please. So if you have a final remediation document, either an NFA or an RAO that was limited restricted use or restricted use, your evaluation is only for the area of concern that was covered by the permit. So if you did an entire site evaluation, but you only had a permit for the drum storage pad, then your evaluation for CECs right now is limited to the permit, the area of your permit or the drum storage pad itself. And you would do this evaluation and submit it in the next Cert. If you received an unrestricted use RAO or NFA for a site, then you don't have to evaluate anything until the next triggering event. So again, with the drum storage pad, you received unrestricted use for the drum storage pad. You don't have to evaluate that drum storage pad until the site comes back into the department. Next slide, please. So if you did when you did your evaluation and you found that you do have a source of CEC contamination at the site, or you found that you have it on your site, but you're not sure if the source is there, we are going to be sending out a listserv, again, as I said, hopefully within the next week or so, entitled Addressing Contaminants of Emerging Concern and RI/RA Timeframes for Existing Cases. If you have questions regarding that, hopefully that listserv will answer all of your questions. I do want to make it clear, though, that the department does not want you to be looking at the Cert process and the permit process as a way to manage your cases regarding CECs. That's not the purpose of the Bureau. So if you are doing any type of additional remediation, that has to be done separately and not through the permit process. The permit writers and that I have in that Bureau, they're there to handle the permit and the area of concern covered by the permit, not additional investigation, just like we wouldn't be for any other contaminant that you found at the site. If you had, if your site was fluorinated and you found benzene, you would not address your benzene contamination under the permit. That would be a new case. Next slide, please. Thank you, and I'm going to tag and ask Karen to come on.
Thank you, Lynn. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Karen Barnes, Lsrp from Langen Engineering, and one of the RAP permit stakeholders in this process. And I'll reiterate, thanks to everybody who participates in that stakeholder group. They are a hardworking group of individuals who put a lot of time into this. So let's talk about my favorite topic, contaminants of emerging concern, specifically with regard to the biennial certs. Next slide, please. As Lynn alluded to, there is guidance and it's on the website. This is taken directly from there, that the PRCR has an obligation to evaluate contaminants, and that could be anything from hazardous substances, hazardous waste, and pollutants. So again, to emphasize, it's not just hazardous substances, any potential discharge. And whether it's by the whole site or the AOC, you need to evaluate if the compounds, the emerging contaminants, were manufactured, stored, handled, or used at that time. The website directs you to consider these contaminants and do an evaluation. I'll reemphasize what Liz said. This is evaluate. This does not necessarily mean investigate. So let's take a look at what that looks like in real-world examples. Next slide, please. So how do you evaluate during the Cert process? Well, it's similar to how you would evaluate during any other time. You're going to look at your history, your use, the timelines of operation. You're going to consider whether you're looking at just a permit for a specific AOC or the full site. And again, that important language, whether you stored, manufactured, handled, or used compounds of emerging concern. You might go through your MSDS sheets, your PASI information. You're going to look at your discharge records. Part of it's always the public record review, but I want to emphasize, particularly when you're talking about CECs and PFAS in particular, fire records from your local fire department become very important, as well as newspaper articles. I can tell you that it's come to light for me on some of my sites, the presence of PFAS based on newspaper articles. So consider that as an additional line of evidence. Another one maybe you didn't think about before with other compounds, but the US EPA has UCMRs, unregulated compound monitoring reports that talk about individual public supply wells, which may indicate that there are some PFAS or other compounds in there. And while it may not be directly relevant to your site, perhaps the presence or absence of it might help guide your professional judgment making these decisions. And there's plenty of ITRC information out there. I'll share a little bit in the next slide, but the bottom line is you as the Lsrp review these lines of evidence, you put together your multiple lines of evidence, and your decision on whether or not to sample is based on your professional judgment. So next slide, please. This ITRC slide shows one of my favorite resources here, which illustrates what compounds were used and what manufacturing processes and their general timelines, which can be very helpful if you're looking at an old industrial site that had lots of different products. So websites there for your review. I definitely advise you to check it out. Next slide. All right, we're going to do two examples, a simpler one and a little more detailed one. Keep in mind, again, this is CEC evaluation during your biennial certification. In this first example, typical gas station, you have a groundwater wrap for this AOC, for a tank farm for a UST tank farm. Your groundwater impacts have been limited to common petroleum compounds like BTEX and MTBE. So what are your lines of evidence here? And you're going to look at your site history use. You're going to say it's a closed gas station. It was a tank farm release, petroleum products only. There's no records of any other kind of discharges associated with that AOC. The site was vegetated prior and unoccupied later, so there's really no other type property uses to consider. And again, you're still focused on your AOC anyway. You might look at a history of fire. Did the tank farm ever have a fire? You're going to review your public records, your fire department records, and maybe in an abundance of caution, you'll look at your UCMR data to see if there's something nearby that indicates potential for CECs. At the end of the day, you're going to document your professional judgment, the lines of evidence you used to get to there. Just list them all out. Say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is what I based my decision on. And you can very simply include it in section L on your permit, or if it's a little more detailed, you can attach a memo to it. Again, these are for examples, hypothetical situations, and just an example of how I would implement my professional judgment. So in this case, I would say there's no sampling trigger. I don't have to do anything more, and I presented my data. Next slide, please. This one's a little more complicated. It's a full site soil wrap where there's several AOCs and conditional RAOs. I have a deed notice and a cap over these AOCs. And when I look at my lines of evidence, again, I'm considering this from my professional judgment point of view. I know it's a chemical facility. I went back and I looked through my PASI. I pulled up the old MSDS sheets. I talked to employees, and all the data is telling me that, to the best of anybody's knowledge, that contaminants of emerging concern have not been used, manufactured, stored, or handled on the site. I've looked at the products they've manufactured against that ITRC timeline. There doesn't seem to be any similarities or overlap there. I look at my UCMR. However, in this case, there's a little bit of a complicating factor, that it's a chemical facility that uses AFFF firefighting foam in the event of a fire. There's a system there, but again, I've looked at the system, I've looked at the situation. There's competent concrete floors, there's berms all the way around the facility to keep whatever is in there inside, and there's concrete lined drains that would capture anything. You know, you kind of assure yourself to the competency of these things. And at the end of the day, my professional judgment might say, I don't believe that there was well, and I've also been told there's been no history of fires. The system has never been discharged. So in my professional opinion, based on this information, that there has been no discharge to the waters or the soil of the state of New Jersey. And I'm going to document this just the same way I did the previous one. I'll use section K of the soil permit, or maybe because this is a little more detailed history, I'll attach a memo. But I'll remind you that because this is the Cert, I'm going to look at this every year, because in the back of my mind here, there is that AFFF system. It could potentially be used. Maybe there is a discharge at some point, and I'm going to check in on that. Or maybe some additional information comes to my attention. A nearby well is sampled and PFAS is in it, or maybe the UCMR gets updated and finds some information. So you need to keep doing this evaluation with your biennial certs. So in both of these instances, no sampling trigger. Next slide, please. But let's say, for example, that the AFFF system had discharged, and I did think that there was a potential for PFAS to enter the environment. And I went ahead and sampled. I collected some soil samples, I collected some water samples, and I found some CECs present. The question is now, can I address that in my biennial certification? I'll give you a second to think about that. Do you think you can? Do we think we can catch it in the Cert? The answer is, next slide, maybe. So let's talk that through. One more slide, please. So these aren't hard and fast rules, but again, using your judgment and your knowledge of the site, maybe I could catch it in my biennial certification if the presence of my CECs are consistent and coincident with my existing area concern, for which I have my deed notice or my institutional controls. Maybe my sampling showed it's delineated and limited. The plume extent is within my existing CEA. My soil impacts are within my existing engineering and institutional controls. And most important, that the controls that you have in place are protective, and are protective including these CECs. I've convinced myself that I'm delineated and there's no additional investigation needed. And in that case, you may be able to just update your permit and reflect the CECs. The changes in the permits apply to everything we've talked about before. If you need to add it to your deed notice, address it in your permit, things like that. But provided you did catch that within the 2-year time frame, maybe it is potentially appropriate to do there. Let's talk about when it's not appropriate to catch it in your Cert. If the discharge from your CEC is different, aerially, spatially distinct from your existing areas of concern, if your investigation has indicated that you're not delineated for these individual compounds of concern, my plume geometry is different, it's not covered by my engineering and institutional controls, and certainly if my institutional and engineering controls are not protective, we're going to need to address it differently. if you need additional investigation, you really should investigate it as a separate case and a separate discharge. So at the end of the day, the idea is if your contaminants of emerging concern require remediation that can't be completed in that 2-year process of the Cert, it's probably more appropriate that you go through the traditional process from PA through to RA and get a separate permit for that. All right, I believe that's it. Next slide. That is all I have right now. So Lynn and I will be around for questions. Let us know if you have any. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Karen, and thank you, Lynn. We're going to take a few questions right now. The first question is from the FAQ section. It's regarding resampling sentinel, fringe, or plume wells that have cleaned up since the issuance of a groundwater RAP. Basically, the question is, you need to keep resampling and submitting the data, even if the wells have cleaned up, or can the sampling happen at the end of the CEA or for terminating the permit?
So, Gary, I saw you pop on. Did you want to handle this, or do you want me to do it? Oh, Mike.
Well, either I could do it or Mike could also jump in. Again, if there is a reason that you want to exclude those wells from the sampling plan, as was stated before, a permit modification would be necessary to that, and to give the department at least 2 rounds of sampling on different hydrological time frames to say those wells are clean. The modification could be made to the permit and you could reduce your wells in your monitoring plan. Short of that, you would have to sample those monitoring wells.
And let me add that you need to continue to monitor your fringe wells and your sentinel wells for the duration of your permit. The purpose of them is to make sure that your plume is behaving as it's supposed to, as you anticipated it to, and we would not approve a modification to not sample your sentinel wells or fringe wells. They're vital to make sure that your permit is correct and protective.
Right, yeah. And just keep in mind any mods to your monitoring plan, is keep receptors in mind when you propose to remove any wells.
Okay, so the next question we have, Mike, you might want to stay on for this one. Mike mentioned that a RAP modification is not needed if something is added on top of an engineering control, such as topsoil or asphalt, as long as the original EC remains. So if the added material makes it so you can no longer see the original engineering control, how do you confirm through an inspection that the original engineering control is still protective?
I think part of that is when that material is placed on top of there, to document that you did not remove what was there before. So if there was if you had a vegetative cover, you're still documenting that that's there. If you had a gravel cover, that material was placed on it for further construction or some type of site material to demonstrate it, that it was there. Based on that, just as long as 4 feet of material wasn't removed when there was only 2 feet placed on top of the engineering control, things would be okay in the inspection.
Also documents in your Cert that you have added the additional material, so that when the field inspector goes out, they see what was in the Cert and knows that the original cap is still there. And you can always, like, if it's like a gravel cap, you can move it aside, because that's what the field inspectors would do to confirm that the original cap is still there.
Okay, and then the next question is, does identification of a CEC discharge at a site which already has known contamination need a new spill hotline call and CDN?
So as I said, there'll be a listserv going over all of that for a case that is ongoing. For the Cert process, as I explained, that if you identify it and you need to, and let's say you identify it, but your permit covers it, you would need to add it to your permit. If it's a new discharge, then yes. If it's new information, then you call it in, just like any other contaminant. Like, this is not anything different. And you can always add it to your other, you can merge it with your existing case, or not, as the case may be.
Here's another question. If an emerging contaminant of concern is discovered in the groundwater while groundwater monitoring, is a soil investigation also required?
The FAQs would go into detail regarding what you have to do regarding that, but everything it would be the same as anything else. You would need to investigate what the source of your contamination is.
Okay, I'm going to have to interrupt this segment of questions so that we can get to our last presentation. Thank you, everybody, for your time. Karen, Lynn, Mike, Gary. And if I could ask Dr. Barry Frasco to join us and close out today. There he is.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Barry Frasco. I'm the Assistant Director for the Hazardous Site Science element. And probably the most important thing is I'm the one person that's between you and lunch. But have no fear, my talk, I don't think will go more than 3 hours. So I think we'll be fine. Before we get started, however, I usually like to let everybody know what special day it is, and today is a very special day, particularly for those of you who like comfort food, as July 14th is National Mac and Cheese Day. And I love mac and cheese, so I may have some for lunch. All right. What I would like to do is talk about the use of the order of magnitude evaluation as it applies to sites or areas of concern that have a remedial action permit. So it's somewhat of a focused view of order of magnitude, but I wanted to make sure that everyone understood that going in. Most of my conversation today will be dealing with compounds that had changes in their remediation standards as a result of the recent amendments to the remediation standards. And as such, my talk is not going to really have a whole lot of discussion on groundwater remediation standards or surface water remediation standards, because those standards were not impacted by the rule amendments. However, much of what I'm going to say relative to conducting an order of magnitude evaluation would be directly applicable to groundwater and surface water. The order of magnitude concept is built into the Brownfield Act. And for cases that have a final remediation document, that is either a no further action letter or a response action outcome, that pursuant to the Brownfield Act, the department cannot compel a responsible party to comply with any new remediation standards unless the particular standard has decreased by an order of magnitude or more compared to the prior remediation standard. And that includes both default standards or any standards that were developed on a site-specific basis. So the key here is the order of magnitude applies to a certain subset of contaminants that have decreased by this order of magnitude or more. The order of magnitude evaluation applies to all types of remedies: restricted use, limited restricted use, and unrestricted use remedies. However, again, for this presentation, since we're focusing in on sites with remedial action permits, that's what I'm going to be focusing in on, those sites that are either restricted or limited restricted use. So if you have a site or you have an area of concern impacted by such a standard, an evaluation is to be conducted to determine whether or not the existing remedy at the site remains protected. And I call that an order of magnitude evaluation. I like to explain this in the sense of having a two-step process. The first step is you're looking at those contaminants that are order of magnitude subject, and you're comparing the levels of concentrations of those contaminants at the site or area of concern against the new remediation standard. So you're comparing what the new standard is and what you have on site. And if you have a situation where the highest levels are less than an order of magnitude difference, then no further action is required. So as an example, we have a particular contaminant. The prior standard, remediation standard for that contaminant for a given exposure pathway, let's say is 100. The new standard is 5. So that triggers the order of magnitude. But what you're doing is you're comparing that 5, which is the new standard, against the highest levels that remain at the area of concern of the site in question. And let's say at a particular area of concern, the highest levels are 40. Because the difference between 5 and 40 is not an order of magnitude, the remedy is considered pursuant to the statute to be protective, and no further action is required. And how this should be handled as part of the biennial Cert process is that that order of magnitude evaluation should be included as part of the Bi-Cert. And because nothing's been triggered, the deed notice and the RAP do not need to be modified. If, however, that the difference between the on-site concentration and the new remediation standard is an order of magnitude or greater, then we need to do further evaluation. So again, using the example that I have given, old standard, prior standard 100, new standard 5, the highest levels that you have at your site are 100. The difference between 5 and 100 is greater than an order of magnitude. It requires further evaluation. And that further evaluation is a determination as to whether or not the existing remedy at the site or area of concern in question remains protective. If, as a result of that evaluation, a determination is made that the remedy remains protective, then no further action is required. In that instance, well, I'll take that back. How this should be handled relative to a deed notice and the permit is, if the deed notice and the permit do not have that order of magnitude contaminant listed, because before it was in compliance, then the deed notice and the permit have to be, well, actually the deed notice needs to be terminated and a new deed notice put in place. And the permit needs to be modified to incorporate those new contaminants that have to be incorporated relative to the deed notice and the permit. If the evaluation determines that the existing remedy is not protective, then additional remediation is required to achieve compliance with that new remediation standard. And here's where it gets a little interesting, or a little, well, we'll just leave it at that. If the site or area of concern can be remediated before the next biennial certification is due, then the additional remediation can be conducted under the permit. The remediation must be documented in the next biennial cert, and if any of the remediation changed any aspect of the permit, then it would be necessary to terminate the deed notice file a new deed notice, and to modify the existing permit. If that additional remediation cannot be completed within the next 2-year biennial cert timeframe, then the remediation has to be conducted as a new case. So this would include calling in the discharge to the hotline and the assignment of a new case number and dealing with this as a new remedial case. If the additional remediation results in an order of magnitude contaminant concentration difference that's less than an order of magnitude, then no further action is required. So what does that mean? Let's use our example again. Original old standard was 100. New standard is 5. You had 75 at your site. You remediated it such that the levels at the site or the area concerned drop below 50, which is the order of magnitude between 5 and 50. If you remediate it to some level between 5 and 50, that would be considered acceptable and that no further remedial action would be required. If the remediation changed any aspect of the permit, then it would be necessary to terminate the deed notice, file a new deed notice, and modify the existing permit. So what compounds fall into this category of being subject to the order of magnitude evaluation as a result of the recent amendments to the remediation standards? We'll get to that list, but I wanted to make a statement that any site or any area of concern that has a final remediation document issued prior to November 18th must conduct an order of magnitude evaluation with the remediation standards contained in the tables that I'm going to show you in a second. So those order of magnitude contaminants have to be evaluated as part of an order of magnitude evaluation. So these are the order of magnitude contaminants for the old, what we used to call direct contact standards, which we've now separated into soil ingestion standards and soil inhalation standards based on the ingestion dermal and inhalation exposure pathways. And as you can see, we have 5 compounds for a residential exposure scenario, and we have 4 compounds for the non-res. So you do have to make sure that you evaluate both any residential exposures versus any non-residential exposures. And here are the differences. For the most part, they are changes in ingestion dermal. The one compound that probably stands out more than any other one and probably has the greatest impact is ethylbenzene, which dropped from 7,800 down to 10. So that was a very significant change in standards. Also, likewise for the non-res exposure scenario, ethylbenzene from 110,000 down to 48. Relative to the migration to groundwater exposure pathway, for the migration to groundwater exposure pathway, there are 2 ways that you can demonstrate compliance with the standard. One is looking at the soil water partition equation numbers, or looking at any number generated using the SPLP procedure. Because the SPLP standards are just based on a multiplication number using the dilution attenuation factor 20, multiplying the existing groundwater quality standard by 20, and because no groundwater quality standards were changed as part of the new amendments to the remediation standards, there is no order of magnitude component relative to any migration to groundwater evaluation done using SPLP. There are 5 compounds relative to the soil water partition exposure pathway or process where you would have to conduct an order of magnitude evaluation, and they are listed here. Probably the two for this exposure pathway of the greatest interest are probably the DDT and the DDE, because there is a fairly significant drop in the standards there. Relative to indoor air, for the VI exposure pathway, there's only one compound, 1,1-dichloroethene, that is affected for both the res and the non-res. Okay, so what I've gone over has been what has changed relative to the recent amendments to the remediation standards. There is an additional level of complexity, particularly for the soil numbers, because we've had some remediation standard changes over time. And depending upon the magnitude of change for a given contaminant, sites or areas of concern impacted by order of magnitude changes may vary in time depending upon the contaminant in question. So what does that all mean? Well, I think the best way that I can explain this is giving some visual examples here. So again, relative to soil, we can look at 4 different areas where we've had either actual remediation standards or cleanup criteria. We have soil cleanup criteria from 1999. We have the soil remediation standards that were adopted in 2008. We have updates of a selected number of compounds for direct contact in 2017, and then the 2021 amendments, which were broken out into ingestion dermal as well as inhalation. So I've used some contaminants as examples of how things may have changed over the course of time. We'll start off with ethylbenzene, where we had a soil cleanup criteria of 1,000. In 2008 and 2017, we had a 7,800 standard. And then the drop off in 2021 based on inhalation of 10. So what we have here is a situation where from 2017 to 2008 to 1999, an order of magnitude change that will require an evaluation of the situation at any site or area of concern. So this means virtually for all the cases relative to ethylbenzene. Now we can take a look at benzaldehyde. Benzaldehyde did not have a soil cleanup criteria in 1999. The department's taking the position that order of magnitude requires the comparison of one number against another. And since there wasn't a standard or a criteria available in 1999, that an order of magnitude evaluation for cases prior to 2008, there's nothing to compare it, so there is no order of magnitude comparison. That doesn't mean that for other issues that an evaluation of benzaldehyde may be required. All I'm saying here is that there is no requirement for an order of magnitude evaluation. So our first standard was 6,800, it remains 6,800, dropped to 170. So in this instance, we're looking at the need to do order of magnitude evaluations going back to June of 2008 when the remediation standards were first adopted. Here's another example, 1,1-biphenyl was not regulated in 1999. A standard in 2008 of 3,100, dropped down to 61 in 2017, bounced back up a little bit in 2021 to 87. In this instance, any remediation done between 2017 and 21, in order to be compliant with this number, there is no order of magnitude evaluation required for any site or area of concern that was remediated and issued either an RAO, an RAO in this instance, in that time frame. But there still would be an order of magnitude evaluation required for any sites closed out between June of 2008 and September of 2017. That time frame. Another example is cyanide, where we had a number in 1999, 1100, bounced up to 1600 in 2008, dropped down to 47 in 2017, and remained that number in 2021. So very similar to the biphenyl, except that now your biennial certs would be from 2017 going all the way back to 1999. Naphthalene, 230 in 1999, 6 in 08, 6 in 2017, 5.7 in 2021. In this instance, no order of magnitude evaluation would be required up to or between 2021 and 2008, but there would still be the need to do this order of magnitude evaluation for cases closed out prior to June of 2008. And finally, we'll use chloroform as an example. A number in 1999 of 19, dropped down to 0.6 in 08, stayed at 0.6 in 2017, but bounced up to 590 in 2021. Since this number is now greater than any of the other numbers, chloroform is no longer a compound that is subject to an order of magnitude evaluation. And I just use these as examples for each one of these categories. In this slide, I've included all of the compounds that have been subjected to some level of order of magnitude going back to the 08 period. So in this instance, ethylbenzene will be required to be evaluated to basically a final remediation document issued prior to 11/18/2021, and hexachlorocyclopentadiene from a residential exposure scenario, the same time period. Here we have compounds where that evaluation will be between June of 08 and November of 2021. 1,1-biphenyl between these two dates, cyanide issued prior to 3/19/2018. These only for older cases, and we do have a whole laundry list of compounds that are no longer subject to the order of magnitude evaluation. Now we have a test your knowledge.
Okay, so this is our last test your knowledge question of the day. If you'll go ahead and undock the poll section, we can begin the poll. True or false, chloroform is no longer subject to an order of magnitude evaluation. So while you take the next minute to answer that, I wanted to address something I had seen that came up in the questions chat. For anybody who's looking for this presentation, it will be posted on the Site Remediation and Waste Management's training page, probably within the next couple of weeks. So the slides will be available and the entirety of the presentation will be available. At this point, I don't know if we will prepare a Q&A to go up on the website as well, based on the questions that are here and that have been asked. So we were asked the same question during the remediation standards trainings. If we are able to post those questions from any of these presentations, we certainly will post them. So we're at about 50 seconds. Give it a few more seconds and then we will close the poll and Barry can finish up our presentation day. Okay, next slide, and the answer is true. And Harry, if you could finish up for us.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Okay, what I've done here is I put together a series of questions that have been posed to me and other members of the department relative to order of magnitude and the protectiveness evaluation associated with order of magnitude. So here we go. First question, when will the department require the order of magnitude evaluation? I am focusing in on the response to these FAQs, again, from a more narrow focus in the sense of the applicability of the order of magnitude evaluation at sites or areas of concern that have a remedial action permit. So in that instance, any site or area of concern that has a final remediation document, the order of magnitude evaluation would be part of the next remedial action biennial cert timeframe. So it will be handled as part of the bi cert. And you would be doing this pursuant to the requirements in ARCs at 7.7 and 7.9. And a lot of what you've heard today from the other speakers can actually be applied to the order of magnitude evaluation for these particular contaminants when determining as to whether or not a particular remedy remains protective. There is an exception, and this is the exception. There may be a tight time frame between May 17th and November 17th, a 6-month time frame, in which it may be a bit difficult to fully conduct an order of magnitude evaluation at that point in time. So what we've decided is that if your biennial cert is due somewhere between that May 17th and November 17th time frame, you can defer the order of magnitude evaluation to the next biennial cert, which would be in 2023. However, big note, that deferral only applies to the order of magnitude evaluation. Any other aspect of what would be required as part of a biennial cert in 2021 has to be done in 2021. So again, it's just a deferral of the order of magnitude evaluation. Question, what remediation standards are subject to the evaluation? And it's basically subject to any newly adopted remediation standard for a given exposure pathway that is more stringent by an order of magnitude or more compared to the prior number. And I guess the one thing that I wanted to make very clear is it's looking at the particular exposure pathway. And as an example, I'll use the ethylbenzene, it went from 7,800 to 10, and that was on the basis of looking at it from a direct contact perspective and not a migration to groundwater perspective. The migration to groundwater value standard for ethylbenzene using soil water partitioning is 15 parts per million. The soil inhalation number is 10 parts per billion. So the order of magnitude evaluation is not for the migration to groundwater exposure pathway. It's due to the direct contact exposure pathway. So I wanted to make that very clear. You may have an order, well, as you saw when I had all the tables, it does vary from exposure pathway to exposure pathway. question came up, how is an order of magnitude evaluation conducted for limited, restricted use soils only RAOs when there may be additional remediation conducted for groundwater? And the answer to this is this evaluation would be conducted the same as you would for any other area of concern, except that you are only evaluating remediation standards based on soil. Groundwater would be considered something separate. So if you have a soils only RAO and you have a biennial cert coming up, you would just conduct that, but you would only be evaluating it based on soil remediation standards. Does an order of magnitude difference in the remediation standard for a contaminant automatically require additional remediation? The answer is no. It does require an evaluation. And that evaluation may say that the proposed or implemented remedy remains protective, even when considering that new remediation standard. And if it remains protective, then no additional remediation is required. Can pre-2021 remediation standards be used to demonstrate protectiveness of the remedial action? And the answer to that is, if you have a final remediation document that's in place prior to November of 2021, you can use the older remediation standards contained in those RAOs to demonstrate protectiveness, except for any contaminant whose new number is more stringent than the old number by an order of magnitude or more. In that instance, those order of magnitude contaminants have to be evaluated using the new remediation standard. Can a responsible party use a mixture of new remediation standards and older remediation standards in the remediation of a site or concern? And the answer is yes, if there is a department approved RAW or RAR, or an Lsrp certified RAW or RAR that has been submitted to the department no later than November 17th of 2021. In that instance, you can mix and match old and new. However, what we are recommending is that the remedial action work plan or the remedial action report be modified to indicate by contaminant, by exposure pathway, what remediation standards were applied at the site or area of concern. Except if a particular remediation standard from 2021 is one of the order of magnitude contaminants, then you have to use the newer standard as part of the remediation of your site or area of concern. Or if you have a final remediation document that's been issued no later than November 17th. And again, in this instance, you're going to have to modify, well, actually not modify, but you're going to have to terminate and reissue the deed notice, and the RA permit must be modified to indicate, again, by contaminant, by exposure pathway, what remediation standards are applied at the site or area of concern. And again, order of magnitude subject contaminants have to be used to determine or to remediate the site. Okay, is there a phase-in procedure for sites or areas of concern that are issued a final remediation document between May 17th and November 17th of 2021? Okay, this one's a little tricky, but the answer is there can be. What I want to be very clear about is the purpose of this phase-in procedure, particularly for RAOs, is we're looking at a scenario where you were just about ready to issue that RAO when, boom, the remediation standards kicked in place in May 17th of 2021. And what we've basically said is, if you can get that RAO issued by November 17th of 2021, you will be able to evaluate your site pursuant to the Brownfield Act at Section 13E. And the key here is that will allow you to do that comparison, not between the old number and the new number, but between the new number and what you have at your site relative to that order of magnitude. So it gives the responsible party a little more flexibility relative to evaluating the protectiveness of the site. However, I have to be very clear that before an Lsrp can issue an RAO for a given site or area of concern, there has to be the soil remedial action permit in place. And for that permit to be approved, there needs to be some lead time relative to the department's review of the permit. So we are basically saying, if you are going to issue an RAO that has a limited restricted or a restricted use remedy, you're going to have to get a permit application in no later than October 17th of 2021. And if a permit cannot be issued by the November 17th date, then there's no way you can get the RAO in, and therefore you will not be able to conduct your order of magnitude evaluation pursuant to 13E Brownfield Act. More than likely, you'll be able to do an evaluation using 12J in the Brownfield Act, but in that instance, any order of magnitude contaminant has to be remediated to the new number. So again, as that example, if you have the RAO in place, and again, we'll use ethyl benzene for this instance. If you have levels that are between 10 and 100, well, 10 and 100, you're good to go relative to protectiveness. But if you don't have that RAO in place and you just have the RAW, ethyl benzene is going to have to be remediated to 10. So that's the key there. Also received some questions relative to individuals asking me under the migration to groundwater exposure pathway, what can I do to determine protectiveness of a site or an area of concern relative to migration to groundwater? So I've tried to list a few things here that you can look at relative to your determination of protectiveness. You could have a situation that if you have historical groundwater contamination, so you have groundwater contamination, you have soil contamination, you've gone in, you've tried to implement a groundwater remedy, and what you've done is you've gone in, you've removed some source material, you've done some active remediation, you've switched over to monitored natural attenuation, you've demonstrated a decreasing trend. In that scenario, all of that could be used as a line of evidence that contaminant sources have been remediated and that you've demonstrated compliance with the migration to groundwater exposure pathway, such that you may not need to, you can make a determination that I don't need to do any more remedial work relative to soils at the site relative to migration to groundwater. You can also look at certain compliance options, such as immobile contaminants. And if you can demonstrate that you have a 2-foot clean buffer between your contaminant zone and the groundwater table, that you can say that you've met the or complied with the migration to groundwater exposure pathway using a narrative standard, i.e. immobile contaminants. You could also do some modeling. You could do some sea soil modeling or sea soil ATD 1, 2, 3 modeling to determine that the contaminants in the soil will not reach the water table. Also, if you can demonstrate compliance using any option that employs SPLP. The department has taken the position relative to migration to groundwater that if you fail soil water partitioning, but you can pass using SPLP, that as long as one of the two demonstrates compliance, that you're good to go. So that's another thing that you can take a look at relative to determining protectiveness relative to the migration to groundwater exposure pathway. What are some other protectiveness evaluation scenarios that you can take a look at? Well, if as part of your remedy you did excavation of soil, you may have excavated and have removed contaminants that were subject to the order of magnitude provision. And if existing post-X data shows compliance with that new remediation standard, then no additional remediation would be required because you've already remediated the site. Likewise, if you've capped your site, and it could very well be possible that the order of magnitude contaminants may also have been capped, and that the extent of the cap is such that the cap is protective of those order of magnitude contaminants, such that no additional remediation is required. And finally, you may have a situation where you have a treatment system, whether it's a POET or an SSDS, that you are treating potable water, or you're treating BI issues with a subslab system, such that your contaminant of concern may be treated through the use of those systems. And if you can demonstrate based on compliance data showing that the treatment system is working and it is in compliance with the new remediation standard, again, no additional remediation would be required. And I believe that ends my presentation, and I open the floor to questions.
Okay, thank you, Barry. I realize, before we get started on questions, that we're over on time, and I appreciate everybody's time. However, we are going to do some Q&A right now before we finish up today's presentation. So our first question is the order of magnitude analysis for a bi-cert only completed on the AOC the permit is associated with, or would it be for the data collected at other AOCs on site that were not included in a RAP?
Okay, everything that I did today in the presentation is relative.
Go ahead.
Is relative to the area concern or the site in question relative to the permit. Now, you may have multiple permits on the site, and then each one would be evaluated independently.
For the order of magnitude evaluation, are you only looking at concentrations that still exist at the site? For example, a partially excavated site, would concentrations from excavated locations be excluded or included?
You're basically looking at what remains at the site. And I did have that one example. If you've done excavation, basically you're comparing what levels you have remaining at the site. So you'd be using, say, post-X samples, or samples, less than the standard.
If the next biennial certification is submitted within the order of magnitude grace period, does the biennial certification have to address the newly revised SRS?
Okay, I'm not quite sure of the comment, but if you have an area of concern or a site that has a final remediation document, you would be doing your order of magnitude evaluation based on Section 13E in the Brownfield Act. And that would be the evaluation where you are comparing the new standard versus what you have at your site.
And the question was regarding the grace period. So if your BICERT is due by November 17th, that evaluation can be, but doesn't have to be, put off until 2023.
Yes, well, basically we said you can defer that. If you can demonstrate that you're in compliance prior to that, there's nothing preventing you from doing so, but you do have that option of deferring until the next biennial cert period.
Okay. Does a limited restricted use REO in conjunction with a groundwater RAP constitute for an unrestricted use for soils if the RAR demonstrated compliance with the applicable soil standards at the time the limited restricted use response action outcome was issued? There's more to this. It's so multifaceted, so I figured I'd get the top part out of the way.
Should we wait for this one, Barry?
Yeah, I was just going to say, however, the presentation today was basically focusing in on, again, that narrow universe of cases where it's a case, or excuse me, it's a site or an AOC that has a permit.
Okay, so
if however you have an area of concern where you have an unrestricted use remedy, then the order of magnitude trigger would be the next time that area of concern or the next time that site is triggered to come back into the system.
And if they had an unrestricted use for soils, then they would have to, at a groundwater permit, they would do the order of magnitude the next time the soils came in.
Correct. And then the next time that the soil issue would be triggered, right?
Okay, that was the second part to the question, essentially. So, if your permit only requires that benzene is be analyzed, must an order of magnitude be completed for ethylbenzene, for example?
Yes. You have to do that evaluation for any and all of the order of magnitude contaminants that may be present on your site or within the given area of concern.
Okay. Sorry, the thing I was just looking at went away. Okay, Barry, this person's asking for confirmation. Could you please confirm if the following is correct? If an order of magnitude evaluation is needed, but the current remediation is determined to be protective, the only documentation needed would be listing the compound in the next biennial cert, but a deed notice termination and a soil RAP modification would not be needed.
That's not correct. Well, that is correct if the determination of the order of magnitude determines it's not an issue, but if your determination is that the order of magnitude makes that contaminant part of your permit, where there is an exceedance, but it's going to be covered by your permit, then you would have to modify your permit to include the new contaminant.
Okay, I'm going to take one more question and then we're going to wrap it up. You know what? I'm sorry. That question has way too many dates and way too much. Not taking that right now.
Oh, can I do that one?
You want to do it? Be my guest. The one with the 15 dates in it? Sure.
Yeah, oh, wait, I just lost it, so hold on a second. So if you have an RAO, if you want to issue an RAO, but you need a permit, because you have the ethyl benzene and you want that protection by the permit, and if you submit your application by October 17th, 2021, the department will promise you that you will be able to issue, that we will approve the permit if it's approvable. If your application is approvable, the department will issue the permit within that month. The goal you all have is to make sure that that application in that first shot is approvable. And just as a note for everybody, the issues that we most have with these soil permits is having your FA correct. So make sure you go back and listen to Mike Infanger's presentation on making sure the financial assurance is correct and making sure that your deed notice is accurate and represents all of the contaminants that are necessary. But we feel that we will hope you could get it in before October 17th, but we will make sure that we issue that.
Okay, I think we could wrap up today, and thank you for taking questions. Alyssa, would you like to close us out?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you everyone for hanging in there. I know we went a little bit over and you're probably hungry, and definitely for some mac and cheese. Remember, the course evaluation is available in the chat box. That's really helpful for us, so please take a few minutes to fill it out. And thank you for coming. Oh, and if your questions were not answered during the Q&A portions, there were a lot of questions. We will get back to you with responses to those questions, so don't worry about that. So thank you, and everyone enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.